I first came across Edgar Fouché in 2004, or at least I thought it was 2004, but I later discovered I had come across him about 5 years earlier, in 1999, speaking in a UK documentary called Riddle of the Skies. Ed only appeared on the screen for a few minutes, and, partly because of the way the information was presented in this documentary, I hadn't really taken in the huge significance of what he was disclosing to the world at that time. Edgar Fouché was disclosing information regarding what he had seen in a number of secret projects or black programs. In the 1960s, having completed his high school education, Ed was drafted from college during the Vietnam conflict. Ed was selected for the US Air Force pararescue field and then, following an injury, retrained as an electronics and cryptographics specialist. His continually growing skills and knowledge in these and other areas led him to gain a top-secret crypto clearance. He then spent about 20 years in the US military and another decade working for defence contractors. Ed worked with many people across many levels of the military and gained many awards for the high standards of his work. His reputation meant that his skills were often sought after by people high up in his chain of command. As Ed will explain, all these factors led him, in the mid to late 1970s, to work for some short periods in top secret facilities in the Nevada test site known as Area 51. This brought him into contact with some advanced digital technology which, as part of his work, he held in his hands. He also communicated with many people in or connected to the US military that he came to know and trust. Over time, they gave him their own accounts of incredible technologies and programs that they had witnessed or worked on. In the early 1990s, with the help of a few close friends, even though they knew that they would be putting themselves at risk of reprisals, the decision was made that they would disclose to the world what they knew, that the US government had been covering up the development of advanced, potentially world-changing technologies. Ed collected together many documents to back up what he was presenting. Some documents were extremely sensitive and therefore have names or dates blacked out or deleted. After years of careful research, interviewing, writing and preparation, Ed made his first public disclosures in 1998 at a number of presentations, including MUFON and the International UFO Congress events in the USA. Ed had also written down much of the information in the form of a book, also published in 1998, which was co-authored by well-known writer Brad Steiger. The book was called Alien Rapture, The Chosen, and it used Ed's life as a canvas on which was painted the information he was disclosing. Due to the legal advice he received, most of the characters and scenarios in the painting are presented as fictional, but essentially they are based on real people and true events. The only thing in his book that was fiction was the alien agenda. Over the next few hours and minutes, we will discuss all of these important and fascinating topics, and I will try to explain how and why I became happy and honoured to speak to Mr. Edgar Fouché. How's that?
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. That was a nice introduction.
Yeah, well, I was just wanted to sort of really try and kind of go through chronologically, really, I suppose. So I worked out from, because I'd looked quite closely at what you'd sent, you know, and you very kindly directed me to a copy of your book in PDF form. And we'll get onto that later. We're going to talk a lot about that. And, you know, you've just told me recently that you've updated that, you know, and expanded it from the original version. So I think people that have read the original version would probably want to have a look at the new version to find out, you know, the new information that's in there. But I understand you were born in 1948, 22nd of February, Americus, Georgia. Is that correct? Or?
Yes, I was born in Americus, Georgia. Actually, we lived in outside a little town called Ellaville, and I was born at the farm. Back then, everybody was a midwife back then, but my birth certificate came from Americus.
Right. And I understand that you were born to fifth generation Americans, and your family, you know, the family in the past has been actually involved with intelligence work. I wondered if you could tell us a bit more about that.
Well, it's kind of interesting. I saw a lot of documents in my grandparents, the Fouchés, they spoke French. I knew a little growing up, but, if you don't use it, you lose it. It was pretty normal life as a kid. We raised our own animals and crops, and we're pretty self-sufficient.
So did you have like a small holding, or were you farmers, or how would you describe it?
Well, it was a farm. It was about 1,000 acres. It's farmland. Most of the Fouchés were in and around Georgia. They, some of them were farmers, some of them were in different businesses. During World War II, I had 7 uncles, and I think every one of them was on one front or another, and several of them worked in intelligence, and they used to tell stories about Joseph Fouché because they had books that were in French that they'd read. Later in my life, I started doing some searches myself, but apparently one of my ancestors, Joseph Fouché, was the French foreign minister and also started the first organized intelligence organization under Napoleon. And half the French say he's a scoundrel because he survived both Napoleon and the king. And the other half think he's the most brilliant spy there ever was, sort of like James Jesus Angleton or something.
Wow.
So it was quite by accident I got involved in intelligence. My biological father, Ridge Fouché, was an industrialist, and he literally started new garment manufacturing plants that made everything from Arrow and Manhattan dress shirts to, during World War II, tents, caps, backpacks, everything the military needed. He was an alcoholic, very abusive, but he was a high-performing alcoholic.
Right.
He was brilliant, but he was also a mean bastard. When in the book, as in my life, we moved from Georgia to San Antonio, Texas.
How old were you?
I would have been starting the second grade.
Right.
Started the second grade in San Antonio, Texas. We lived for a short period of time with my grandparents, the Russells.
Yeah.
And then about the time I was 12 years old or 11, my mother and biological father got divorced. And a year later, my mother married Glenn Edward Little, probably the smartest man I've ever known in my life. He could do literally anything. He could do repair electronics, repair any kind of automobile engine or transmission, or he could do carpentry. He could do roll and pleated seats and antique cars. He could cook anything. So, I mean, the guy was just a Renaissance man. He was well read, and he was my mentor, and probably influenced my life more than anybody. My stepfather, Glenn, and then also my grandfather, Russell.
Because I understand
they had a great...
I understand your grandparents were quite religious, and they sort of that you were sort of put into that lifestyle. Is that correct, or is that?
Yes. My grandfather, he had a cousin or an uncle, I can't remember which, who was a general. And at one time I think when he was a colonel, he was in charge of Randolph Air Force Base, at the beginning of World War II. So my grandfather went to work as a machinist at Randolph Air Force Base, and I think retired around 62. And then he had always been a Nazarene lay preacher or a part-time preacher, but after he retired, they built this, they expanded the little church next door to his house, which was the church parsonage, and then he became a full-time Nazarene preacher. He was very well studied. He could quote many quite old works, including Flavius Josephus and many other works or anything in the Bible. Mm-hmm. And it was, other than school and playing, everything was involve religion. I mean, almost every day of the week there would be prayer meetings or missionary meetings or fundraising, or of course Sunday, there'd be Sunday school and Sunday noon church, and then Sunday evening church, and then somewhere in the week there'd be choir practice. I mean, it was like our whole life was controlled by religious influence. I wouldn't call it indoctrination because, I believe what I was taught actually established my high moral values throughout my life.
Right. And I think the journey from, I think it was the journey from Georgia to San Antonio where you had one of your early experiences, which was very unusual, wasn't it? We'll talk about that a bit later, but the place of San Antonio itself, like you've written in the book, to outsiders, the city was known as a tourist town, but the locals knew it as a military town in every sense of the word. The largest employer was Uncle Sam, and the majority of the retirees living in the area were military veterans and former civil service employees. So presumably then, when you went to San Antonio and you were there for a good few years, you were kind of growing up in that environment with those sorts of, people that were there. Is that a fair comment?
There were at least 5 military bases in San Antonio. Fort Sam Houston, Randolph Air Force Base, which is Air Force Military Personnel Center. It's a big base. It was also a cadet training base during World War II. There's Lackland Air Force Base, which most of the people in the Air Force, except during World War II, went through Lackland for basic training, security training. They even have a training center for people that work with military dogs. Next to Lackland Air Force Base is Security Hill, which is totally controlled by the National Security Agency. There's a Southern Command and another large security organization that's under the umbrella of the NSA. There's an Army camp. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but when I was 11 years old or second grade, there were probably 40% of San Antonio and Bexar County was Hispanic. Now it's more like 70%. But each of those bases also had civil service workers that worked for the government. So in addition to the military, you had the civil service workers that worked for the government or military. So the town has a massive amount of military and civil service retirees.
Right. And then I think, some of this has come from the book, so I know that some of the details, are based on your life, and not all are absolutely the same. But was it true then that you, I've got a date here from the book, 1971, that you'd moved to Kilgore, Texas, and you went to live with your aunt and uncle? How does that tie up with what, was in what happened?
In the 7th grade, we moved to California for a couple of months, and then back down to McAllen, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. And then in the 8th grade, I ended up in Little Rock, Arkansas, and played football in the 8th and 9th grade at Westside Junior High School in Little Rock, which was located right next to the Capitol building. And then I started the 10th grade at North Little Rock High School. And then we moved to Gonzales, Louisiana for another new garment manufacturing plant, which is in between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. At some point in the middle of the year, I literally ran away from southern Louisiana and went to East Texas to live with my stepfather and my mother in Longview, Texas. And then I enrolled at Longview High School. Played football, was president of Thespians, I was on the National Honor Society. I was involved in quite a few activities, including the debate team. So I've been a lifelong debater because I think of that influence.
And so is it the case then that in the book, the Uncle Glenn character is sort of roughly equivalent to your stepfather? Then is that correct? Or
Yes, the Glenn Whittle, I think named him as Glenn Little, Glenn Edward Little. I could talk to hours, but let me just restate the fact he's the most wonderful influence in my whole life on me. And my high school was actually perfect. I was involved in many, many different activities. I was very popular. I was happy. Like I said, my biological father was extremely abusive physically and mentally to my mother and my older brother and I. So to be in that kind of environment radically reshaped my life for the positive. And then after I graduated from high school, I started at Kilgore College, which is 10 miles away from Longview in the city of Kilgore. While I was in Kilgore College, I got a draft notice from the Army, and then, which was kind of bizarre because back then they had a draft board and they had deferments. And I had 5 out of 6 deferments. For example, I was married. I had a kid on the way. I worked at night at RG Letourneau as a machinist making bombs for the Air Force. Sole surviving son because my brother was disabled in the Army. I was basically had every deferment except I wasn't mentally or physically deficient.
Right.
So kids didn't get drafted. It was always us middle class or lower class people that got drafted by the draft boards. And then I basically, the Air Force recruiter was an elder at our Nazarene church there in Longview. And then there was the police chief, Gaddis, and they went to, they put their minds together and said, well, Eddie, I was like 6'5.5" at the time, very big, muscular, big boned. And they said, he's going to make too big a target. We need to get him in the Air Force. So basically, they snuck me in and got me recruited into the Air Force, to keep me out of the Army. I had to make changes in the book because, as I outlined it, there were certain things I wanted to explain about Joe Green, and even though there were things altered in the book that don't exactly parallel my life.
Yeah.
And some of them actually have no relevance on my life, little pieces. And I wrote the book so that we could see the angst and the stressors and the problems Joe Green had because he had all these influences in his mind and didn't know really what they were, what was going on in his life. Right. He felt like he was out of control, which doesn't necessarily parallel my real life.
We talked a bit about your early life, and I think we just started to talk about your career. And I understand that the first thing that you actually did was working as a machinist, and you were actually making bombs for the U.S. Air Force, and that was at RG Letourneau Industries. So, how long were you doing that for then, roughly?
Started the summer after my graduation from high school, 1966, which was a very lucrative job. I mean, to be a machinist apprentice at my age at 18, I mean, it paid extremely well.
Yeah.
As most defense contracting does, plus machinists got top dollar back then. So I did that the full summer of 66, and then part-time until I went in the service the following May.
Yeah. Okay. And then, and was that when you went for the training for the pararescue, or was there some kind of something else in between?
I went through basic training at Lafayette Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah. And
during that process, special teams would come around and brief the recruits, such as they were looking for people for combat control. Those were guys pretty much like Rangers. They go through a lot of the training the SEALs go through, but they're not, near as extreme as the SEALs. And they drop them down behind enemy lines to set up strike zones. And then the pararescue team came in and briefed on that. And since I'd been on a swim team and skied and I didn't have a problem with water or swimming or running, because I actually just had played football, so I was in really good shape. And I tried out for pararescue, the running, the swimming, all the different things you have to do to qualify in the test. And so I qualified for pararescue, got my orders to Fort Benning. I wasn't even there a month, just, well over a couple of weeks. I'd busted my ankle, and they pulled me out of school and recycled me, what they call it. And I ended up at Keesler Air Force Base and airborne electronics. And I went through communications, navigation schools, taught everything from radar to communications to navigation, electronics countermeasures. Normally, those would be 3 different fields.
Yeah.
But I went through multiple schools, which didn't make any sense to me because I was ready to get out of tech school. It's too regimented and too much marching and all that other stuff. I just wanted to get to my first base, my first job. But after a year of going through all these schools, including the school for crypto, I moved to my first assignment at Cannon Air Force Base.
Right, and you were saying, we were speaking earlier, and you were saying that was quite unusual, the fact that you did go through all those courses. That didn't happen to many people, did it?
No, my whole career was quite unique. A lot of people that are career Air Force or career military, normally you get a Air Force Specialty Code, the Army calls them MOS. You get one, you pretty much stay with it your whole career. You stay with it your whole career unless you're cross-trained. I had 14 different Air Force Specialty Codes in my career.
Oh, that's a lot.
In some cases, they would just award me. For example, the F-16 had a 10-month school for avionics and automatic test equipment when I was at Kadena Air Force Base. And I didn't even go to the school. They just awarded me the career field because I just took the test and passed, so they gave it to me. And, things like that actually piss some people off because they're going like, well, I had to go through school 9 or 10 months or whatever, and they used to give it to him. But if I could pass the test, it didn't make any difference.
If you knew all the stuff, then you could do the associated tasks.
Exactly, and they didn't want me gone in school at my command level. The people at upper chain of command, they wanted me out there solving problems and working issues, not stuck off in a school for 9 or 10 months. So when I got to Cannon Air Force Base, at first I was assigned in the navigation area, airborne navigation, and I was on flight status, which means I could fly on any of the planes that needed me, mostly cargo planes that had electronics equipment in it, not fighters. although I have flown in a couple of fighters. But during my training process at Cannon Air Force Base, towards the end of the 60s, they sent me to school again at Lowry Air Force Base for the F-111 swing wing bomber, the avionics, repairing, calibrating avionics units, again, such as navigation, indicators, electronics countermeasures, and the test equipment, which is very complex for its time and advanced. And I went back to Cannon Air Force Base and started working in that area. And then I was sent to, at some point, about that time after I got back from Lowry Air Force Base, we had the F-111s that were, they were readying to go to England at Upper Hayford Air Force Base. And I can't remember the other base right now off the top of my head.
Okay.
But it was very classified that they had the equipment on board the F-111s to be able to drop nuclear weapons.
I see.
And so they had a nuclear weapons tester to test out the circuitry and the units on the aircraft for that system.
Yeah.
And it was a prototype. And the captain and chief that were responsible for it, they had just come out with what they call push-pull pins. Prior to that, we actually soldered pins and coax cables, and these bundles sometimes would have 15, 30, 40 different types of pins and coaxial cables in these bundles.
Because you didn't have ribbon connectors then, did you? The ribbon connectors weren't really invented then, were they?
Well, the thing is when you have coax, a ribbon cable, with the coaxial cables, they have to be shielded, and they even have things they call tracks.
It's not shielded, is it? Yeah.
Right. So, make a long story short, they stripped out some of the push-pull pin retainers and the cannon connectors, and everybody from my squadron commander on up was extremely distraught and upset because it was a prototype, and because it also had encryption equipment in it. Even the NSA people that were involved were pissed off. So I got together with a retired chief named Ted West, who had turned around upon retirement and went to work as civil service as a GS-12. And I told him, after he explained to me what had happened, I said, well, we can go in there and fix that. And I said, as lame as it sounds, since there's a 3-month delay in getting new connectors, I said, why don't we just use super glue and lacing? And lacing's where you take this really fine, like nylon string that's flat, and you lace it like a basket to support all the other wires, 30, 40, 50 cables and wires in these connectors. And it actually worked. So at least they could go through their testing. So I got a lot of accolades for the fact that testing wasn't disrupted more than a week. Yeah. And they were able to ready the aircraft for England. So I got a lot of accolades from that, and or notoriety, depending on how you look at it.
But basically, and after that, using your own ingenuity to solve that problem.
Yes, spit and duct tape, whatever.
Yeah. You solved the problem. That's the main thing.
Exactly. I mean, the whole purpose was not to take the tester to England because they had production models that were coming off the line within the next few months. This was a prototype so we could test the different aircraft to make sure they were nuclear ready. Yeah. So, and then after that, I went to a field training management school on crypto to get further crypto training.
Now, just to slightly there, did you have to have clearance at this point? Have you got the sort of higher clearance for working on these projects then that you were working on at that point, or did that come later?
When I was in tech school for a year, I got a top secret clearance for the electronics countermeasures and crypto, and then SAP, Special Access Program, for the specific types of crypto I worked on.
Right.
So when I was at Canon, I had a top, well, actually for my whole career, I had a top secret with crypto clearance.
Right. Okay.
So while I was going to the school at on the crypto equipment, they basically had a portable coder, about as wide as a loaf of bread, maybe 10 inches long, and it had all these sliders that had rods coming out the end of it, like 32 rods or whatever, and you slide in the code, A through Z, for each rod, and then the code of the day, as they called it, the crypto code of the day for the aircraft and their missions, and you'd go out and plug the codes into the aircraft to the IFF unit, which is identification friend from foe, and the mode 4 was encrypted, so that when an aircraft was in the skies and their transponders, our friendly aircraft, the transponders would all identify each other through this crypto code as being a friendly aircraft.
Yeah.
So, as we're going through this class, I told the instructor, I said, well, how hard is it to break one of these codes? And he said, oh, like 1 in a million or whatever.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I bet I can make up a code and get it to work on the test unit. And of course, everybody in this class laughed at me and making fun of me. And so he said, okay, here, put in a code. So I put in this code with all these rods and, changing the length of them for the different letters. And they plugged it in and it worked. And he says, hold on a second. And he went and got his boss. And the boss came back and he says, he cleared it out to zero, everything back to zero. And he says, put in a code and let's see if it'll work. So I put the same code in I'd used before, and it worked. Well, that started a lot of ruckus. And it was a prank, basically, because what they had was they had like 10 or 20 test codes in the classified instruction manual. And what I did was I used the different letters and the 32 codes to make up sentences.
Yeah.
So I was basically putting the first letter of each word from the different sentences I made up in my head because I could remember them.
Can you remember what motivated you to do that? What was it just that you literally wanted to play a prank on them and you knew that you could do this, and so you thought, right, I'm going to just have a laugh with them? Was it just for that, or did you?
I guess part of it was a prank because in the military everybody's always kidding around or playing jokes on each other. That's one way of keeping your sanity.
Yeah.
Lots of military shows where people are always pranking or pulling jokes on people, and it was that, and I was just curious if I could actually remember 32 codes, and I was going to tell them, and what I did until the chief and then the captain of the school came in, and they seemed very upset. So I wasn't about to admit I'd pranked them. And then, so I finished the school that week. I go back to the avionics squadron. Captain Robert Sullivan and Chief Mackey were my bosses. And they heard about it. And said, good job. We're going to get you some more schooling. And then a couple of weeks after that, this guy, they said, well, this guy, I don't remember, they said from the Pentagon or Washington, D.C., this guy in a suit shows up, and they pull me in Captain Sullivan's office.
Yeah.
And he says, I want to know how you broke our code. Well, I knew I was going to get busted or court-martialed or something, man, if I told them the truth. So I basically said, well, it was kind of intuitive. It just came to me. And of course, this guy wasn't buying my bullshit. I mean, he was looking at me like, you're full of, you know what? But I stuck to my story, so they let me alone. But those two incidents went all the way up to the wing commander, who was Robert Scott, Colonel Robert Scott, who was famous as a F-86 ace. So the next thing I know, for the rest of my career, it's just every time they'd have a brand new program, and a lot of times brand new programs start off as classified, like the F-117, for example. I'd get offers, from different colonels or generals or whatever, and say, hey, we'd like to have you on this program. So, for example, when I left Canada, I'd worked on 3 different models of the F-111. Prior to the F-111 training, I'd worked on F-4s, even some old stuff like C-47, the C-54, T-33s. So I got a pretty broad background in not only electronics and avionics equipment and test equipment and working on the aircraft too for fun, because we were on standby on the weekends, and if we had aircraft that were broke on the weekends, you had to not only go out to the aircraft and pull the unit or troubleshoot it, you had to take it in the shop and repair it. So after I left Canada, it was to another new program at Mountain Home Air Force Base.
Right. And you didn't ever train as a pilot, did you? You didn't actually fly these aircraft, or did you? Did you ever sort of fly any of them, or?
There's 2 different cases where I flew. One was a functional check flight. For example, if the pilot grounded the aircraft for a major problem and you repaired it, sometimes they had an extra seat. Most of the aircraft back then had at least 2 seats, even the fighter planes. And then, of course, later on, there's F-16s that only had 1 seat.
Yeah.
And SR-71s that only had 1 seat. But I got a ride along on a functional check flight on an F-4, several different aircraft. And then when we would take up our, for example, the old C-54 that we also used in Vietnam, we'd go up there and fly with the aircraft after a major repair and check the equipment in the air and make sure everything worked.
But you were actually piloting the plane, or were you just a passenger?
No, the best I've ever done is sit in the front seat as a navigator or something like that. I actually sat in the front seat going across the Pacific in a C-5.
Wow. So you worked on all these different aircraft, and I think you said in your presentation that 1967 to 74, many of the Tactical Air Command, Air Training Command, Pacific Air Command Air Force bases, and you also, in the Vietnam conflict, were assigned to special projects in Okinawa, Kadena Air Force Base. You had an unusual experience, didn't you, which we're going to come on to later. So after Cannon Air Force Base then, the period I got here was 1967 to 74, and you worked at various different air bases, and you went out to Kadena Air Force Base in Okinawa, and we'll talk about something else about later. You also went to Udorn, if I've got that right, Air Force Base, Thailand, and Ben Hoi Air Force Base. So you must have been almost traveling almost every week somewhere by the sounds of this.
Well, in 69 and 71, I was TDY, temporary duty, in Vietnam. It was special operations where we flew specially configured electronics aircraft, such as a C-54 or the early C-130, to where we could fly up and down the Ho Chi Minh Trail and detect frequencies for surface-to-air missiles and intercept our communications. And also they had dropped very advanced sensors that were both seismic and audio and radar and electronic signals detectors. These sensors, it was called Igloo White. It was very classified. It's top secret, and in fact, only in the last year or so can you look it up on Google, on Wikipedia, Igloo White. So after I came back from Vietnam in 71, I went to Mountain Home Air Force Base and worked on the D model of the F-111.
Right.
And I worked mostly on electronic countermeasures up there, with the exception on the Central Air Data Computer, which I was a specialist on, and I'll send you my reviews and you can see where I was written up on that.
Okay.
So I was up at Mountain Home Air Force Base only for 2 years. And then in August of 73, I'd been in an accident in the line of duty where I severed my aorta by an inch, and it was DOA to a hospital in Boise, Idaho.
And
but after
the car's seatbelt failed to operate properly. Was that the incident?
Yes, I was driving a brand new Dodge Colt, and a transient farm worker had left one of those huge old black 55 Fords. He broke down and left it in the driving lane in a blind underpass at night.
Oh, no.
So when I came through the underpass, by the time I hit my brakes, I'd already rear-ended him. And the seatbelt didn't give out slack, and the steering column didn't collapse. I put all these scars up here. I put my head through and broken eyebrows. Put my head, lost all my front teeth. These are bridges.
Wow.
I felt like a horse showing my teeth. But anyway, I did some serious damage to my body. But while I was on convalescent leave, I knew they were going to try to medical board me out, medically discharge me. So I started making some calls around to colonels and people I knew, and this one guy, he said, I got this new F-15 program coming into Edwards Air Force Base. He said, I can get you out of there within 30 days or sooner if you can pack that fast. And I was still on convalescent leave they gave me a month after I got out of the hospital for convalescent leave, and I literally processed out of Mountain Home Air Force Base and scheduled a pickup of our household goods while I was on convalescent leave, and then left the base. It was like, so if they'd planned on medical boarding me out, I was already gone. And that's how I ended up at Edwards Air Force Base.
And this was, I think, Wade worked under Franz Dietrich on the F-15, as you said, the F-15. That was Franz Dietrich that was there. Is that right, or was that another time?
Yes. When I first got there, the old guy's name was Franz Dietrich.
Right. And
the guy used to kid about him being a paperclip, a goon, which I didn't even know what a paperclip was back then. I've since learned a lot more as I've got older. And I don't know if he was old enough to be paperclip or he was some paperclip German scientist's son or whatever, but he was definitely German and spoke German and English and went by the name of Frank. So he was the superintendent. I was the shop chief for the again, navigation and electronic countermeasures. So I worked on the F-15, and then after we did the Streak Eagle, I was temporarily transferred over to the original B-1 program, which was later canceled by Jimmy Carter. And then for a short while, I worked on the brand new A-10 program.
Was that the
I got a
Warthog, was it? Was that the A-10 Warthog?
Yes, the A-10 Warthog was built by Fairchild Industries.
Because you had another experience whilst you were in that work, which again we'll talk about later. Reading from what you'd written before, during your military career, you were handpicked development cadre for many of the Air Force. I mean, you more or less said this already, really, but just to sort of re-emphasise that you were, handpicked, and you were involved with a number of the newest fighter and bomber development programs, which is sort of, saying B1 and the F-15 and so on. And I was intrigued to read what you'd written about the F-15, that it could accelerate straight up because it had more thrust than weight. It was the first aircraft to have more thrust than weight, which was interesting.
Yes, it just one thing led to another. I mean, when we would get through testing, I was involved in research, development, flight, operation, test, and evaluation of the F-15, and then the original B-1 until the rumors they were canceling and they cut back, and then I went over to the A-10. It was just like everybody wanted me, because every time I went to a new job, I had more and more background experience, very broad background experience, and incredible reviews and awards, and reviews went by colonels and generals, and it just got to the point where I was the go-to guy in automatic test equipment, avionics, electronics countermeasures, crypto, satellite communications. It just one thing led to another.
Were you also doing training? Were you training other people? With that sort of experience, I would have thought you would have been training other people. And obviously, you mentioned that you received 4,000 hours of technical training yourself. But were you sort of passing on that to other people as well at any point?
My training pretty much stopped as far as me training other people after I left Mountain Home Air Force Base. By the time I got to Edwards, I was a shop chief. I was pulled out periodically for different schools. I ended up working on different systems in the 3 years I was at Edwards. I did some work at the Jet Propulsion Laboratories at Edwards Air Force Base, which is run by JPL out of Goldstone, and I think it used to be under UCLA. And that's, there's certain things I can't talk about even still, but one of the most fascinating things was the massive underground tunnels that run underneath Edwards Air Force Base. And the only time I ever saw them at Edwards was when I was at the JPL facility, which was pretty close to the NASA facility. I think they call it Dryden NASA or whatever at Edwards.
All right.
And so that was kind of interesting, to see these massive tunnels there. And then,
because I think I'd heard from the other interview that you'd heard rumors that there was an underground train that went from north of Edwards Air Force Base. Is that correct? Or
there was one that went, I'm guessing it was north or northeast. So the only thing in that direction would have been either Area 51 or Nellis Air Force Base. And then there was one that went kind of like southwest. So that was either going to L.A. or the Lockheed facility at Palmdale, where they did a lot of classified work.
I mean, you didn't actually see that, did you, that railway system? But I think you said in one of the other interviews that somebody had told you that was in operation, that system.
They had, you get in these big tunnels, and they're all, back then they were metal clad. I noticed the new massive 60 feet wide boring machines. They put these prefabricated plates on the walls. I don't know what they're made out of, but back then the plates were made out of metal, and the bottom part of the tunnel would be flat, filled in with concrete. And then along the sides and on the top, they would have the plumbing, the fuels, the gases, the electrical lines, all that stuff would be running at like 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock going down the tunnel. And then they have lights mostly on top. So when you get in these tunnels, if you're in a segment of the tunnel, you'd have these red emergency lights with the little metal covers over them to keep in case they got broke or whatever. And if you didn't turn on the main lights, all you'd see is these red lights going down the tunnel. It was really spooky because you'd get all kinds of strange noises coming down the tunnels. It freaked my buddy Jerry Ellerick out quite a bit. And but you go down these tunnels that were like 14, 16 feet wide, and then you'd go to a point to where they had one that was like 40 feet wide, and they had these massive doors that slid, but you had to have the passcodes for that, and I didn't have the passcodes, the key cards or anything. So we saw the doors.
There were areas that were inaccessible, and they were underground. Now, how many times did you go into those tunnels, roughly? Do you know? Was it like just a day's work or a few days? Or
we had to go down and check equipment readings probably every day for. Actually, I worked nights at JPL. I think that lasted about 3 months. But yes, every night we'd have to go down and take equipment readings, and my buddy Jerry was assigned. Well, actually, I got Jerry assigned to a lot of things because he worked for me on the F-15 program, and every time I got a new program, I always handpicked 2 or 3 of my own crew to take with me, which they allowed. And Jerry worked with me at JPL.
And this was all cryptographic work, so the equipment was all, it was all to do with cryptographics, was it? Or was it ATA?
Everything they did was encrypted.
Yeah.
Which is very common in the military, especially state-of-the-art stuff, because they don't want somebody somehow sneaking information out or whatever that's not encrypted.
Yeah.
So, yeah, everything was encrypted. We would just get the digital readouts, or the analog readouts, or the printouts, depending on the system, and we'd record that data or transfer it.
Right.
It wasn't.
Okay.
I didn't think it was anything really exotic. The only thing important about it was these awesome tunnels, and you could see on the 40 feet wide ones, these massive doors, and below it you could see the tracks where they ended.
Mm. And how long do you think these tunnels were? How long were these tunnels roughly? Do you know? Did you get to the end of them?
I don't have a clue how long the massive ones were. There were 2 massive doors. One, the direction seemed to be north or northeast, which would have been to either Area 51 or Nellis Air Force Base, because there was nothing else military-wise in that direction. And then the other one was either basically southwest, west or southwest, and the only place that could have gone would have been L.A. or Palmdale, the city of Palmdale in the Antelope Valley of Southern California, where they had this massive Lockheed plant, which is part of the Skunk Works, where they made classified aircraft.
Mm. Okay. All right. So, obviously you're involved in many of these projects, and I think the thing that people are most interested in was when the work, this mysterious, incident where you were asked to report for a job, and then your commanding officer couldn't tell you anything about it. So I think it was in about 1977, wasn't it?
between 77 and 79.
Yeah.
So after I left Edwards Air Force Base in 70, I was there 73 to 76. I took a hand-picked team, and we transferred, went back to the F-15, transferred all our equipment, automatic test equipment, to Dallas Air Force Base, and they had built a new facility there in the avionics squadron. And ironically, Captain Sullivan, Robert Sullivan, who was my OIC at Cannon Air Force Base, had a couple of other assignments while I was at Mountain Home and Edwards. So when I got to Nellis, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Sullivan was my squadron commander. And we got along famously because his wife knew my wife. He and I played sports together, everything from track to football to we'd go party together. So, I mean, we were on first name basis when we were in private. Of course, I'd never go around calling him Robert in front of other troops because he was the commander. So basically we set up the F-15 operation. There are other crews that worked the flight line on the aircraft, and we set up the whole operation. And then I got deeply involved in electronics countermeasures. And the system was called Two's Tight for the F-15. And I went to some schools for that, and all of a sudden I started getting involved with different contractors, and both the Two's Tight and the electronic countermeasures suite, which is several different avionics units, were all classified top secret. So I ended up, at that point, starting to go to more defense contractors and other bases, giving briefings or sitting in on tests to check schedules, and there are different milestones in every schedule of any program to where they're supposed to be able to do certain things at a certain time in order to get paid a portion of the money for the contract. Nellis, I spent probably half my time gone temporary duty to, like I said, defense contractors or other bases where they're doing classified research and development or demonstrations for the schedules.
Right.
Now, while I was at Nellis, as you brought up, I believe it was the last summer I was there, 79. I went up to, actually I was called into Colonel Sullivan's office, and he says, I've got orders from the wing commander. You're supposed to report to this office in this building, tomorrow morning at, it was an ungodly hour. It's like 4:35. I don't know. It's definitely dark.
Yeah.
And I said, well, what's going on? He said, I don't know. And I said, how could you not know? And he said, I don't know. And I'm pissed because you're supposed to be going to this electronics countermeasures Two's Tight demonstration, and I'm going to have to send somebody else.
Yeah.
So I went to this building. It was further down the flight line, And the only thing I remember about this building was Cubic Corporation had some type of flight simulator in there. I don't know if it's the F-15 or what. Hooked up to computers, and it was pretty fascinating. And so I reported in there, and actually I reported in the day before, got my instructions reported in the morning, showed back up in the morning. It was a standard old blue Air Force bus, like the old school buses you see in rural areas. A lot of them have been replaced now with bigger, newer buses. The windows were blacking out on the sides and the back. Obviously, the front window wasn't. And there was two guys, one on the bus with a M16 in fatigues like the rest of us, and then the guy standing out on the ground, and he checked our ID cards and our orders, and basically told us, sit down, shut up, don't talk unless you're asked a question. Yep. So we did. And they had these kind of little partitions behind the driver and up where the door was, so you could only see about a third where you were sitting from a third of the front window. Right. Which was kind of a myopic viewpoint. You could see a little bit down the road. It was hard to make out anything else.
What were you thinking about this? Have you ever had a situation before where, you'd been essentially under armed guard? Had that happened to you before in another scenario, or was this kind of one of the first times where you'd sort of been under armed guard, as it were?
No, I've been to several black programs before that, to where you had to have key cards and a code, because it was all hooked up to a little computer, and everybody, it would tell you when that person went in the room and when they came out. It kept a log of everything through your key card and your punch code.
So you didn't think this setup was particularly unusual then? That's kind of what I was asking you, I suppose.
Well, leaving in the middle of the morning on a blacking out bus was the first experience, not having security around, but I mean, it was obvious, when you work at Nellis Air Force Base or live in Las Vegas. I mean, you had the old Atomic Energy Commission where they set off hundreds and hundreds of nuclear bombs underground. And then you had the Nellis Range, which Area 51 was in, and then Mercury and Indian Springs. You had a lot of classified bases and classified areas in Nevada. I think something like 75% of the state is government owned, federal government owned or state owned.
So it didn't appear quite so unusual in that sort of environment, with that history and so on.
Well, no, it's funny because it goes back to these people that say they worked at Area 51. Yeah. I mean, you could have made up any number of stories because rumors ran amok in Las Vegas. I mean, there'd be strange lights in the sky. There'd be strange rumblings. People were afraid every time they set off a nuclear weapon that they'd get irradiated. There were rumors about mutated horses and cows up in the desert. And I mean, just every science fiction story you could imagine was in and around Las Vegas and central Nevada. So I pretty much knew we were going somewhere classified.
Yeah, okay.
It didn't make any sense that I'd be going anywhere else.
Yeah, of course.
And then we, had a long bus drive, and after we got off, I believe it cut off at Mercury after a few miles, we ended up on what they call improved gravel roads. And you could see this fine silt coming through the windows, and I've always had asthma, and it was very annoying. And you could see the desert terrain, or at least parts of it, on the sides of the roads, and it was dark, and the lights only gave you so much vision anyway, but you could really make out where you're at. And then we went through a couple of security checkpoints where the bus would stop, the door would open, the guy in the front with M16 would step down, another guy would come in, He'd look at the manifest with the different orders, count the number of heads, and then we'd go through the security checkpoint. So we got to Groom Air Base. Now, most of us had heard about Groom Air Base. They called it the Ranch, Watertown, any number of different nicknames different groups gave it. And it was such a size that it couldn't have been Indian Springs or Mercury or any of the other bases I knew about because just of its size. There was nothing else north in the desert the size of Groom Air Base.
Yeah.
Which is in Area 51. Now, Area 51 got its name because it was just a grid. It was like you'd go, when I was in Cubic, you could see this wall map and had all the different areas and sectors and roads and everything on this big map. So we got up at Groom and met by several guys, security guys, and depending on which building we were going to, we had an escort.
Yeah.
In other words, they'd pull up the bus and it says, everybody for this such and such building or such and such system, get off here. And then a security guard on the ground would escort them into the building. So when we got to the electronics building, there were, I believe there were 5 or 6 of us. We got off the bus. We got an escort inside. They went through the whole security process again. But if you're temporary duty, in other words, you're not permanent party. Permanent party means you work there every day for come and go for a long period of time. But temporary duty, they make us put on these little goggles during the daylight, like from dusk to dawn. I mean,
and when you got there, was it light by the time you got there? How long were you on the bus for? Was it kind of light by the time you got to the place?
No, it wasn't quite light, but it was. You could see the sun starting to come up after we got there. So, anytime I was out on the flight liner outside the building when it was daylight, you had to wear these. They looked like welder's goggles.
Yeah.
And they were dark and they were polarized, and you could only see so far ahead of you, maybe
60 feet.
Maybe, I don't know, I can't remember, 40, 50 feet, whatever, and then it gets real blurry. And they have these painted lines all over the base, different colored lines. And
you had to look down at the lines and walk along the lines or something, did you? Or?
Right. So anyway, I went into I was escorted to this one area, and it was a fluke that I was even there because the guy that worked on a system called DOCIL, Direct Orbital Communications Link, had some kind of emergency, family emergency or whatever, and he was gone. And I was grabbed up because I was the only one that had a top secret clearance with crypto and training on that specific type of crypto and transmitter equipment.
So the fact that you were there was a combination of things in terms of it was kind of a freak thing in one sense because of the guy going off for a bereavement, but then in another you were fully qualified, you had all the experience, plus you had the crypto clearance. You had the Q, and this was the Q. Was this a Q clearance, or is that different, or was that did that help?
No, you get a Q clearance would you get when you work on anything related to nuclear,
right?
Whether it's nuclear data, nuclear equipment, nuclear bombs, anything that puts out radiation. That's what a Q clearance is for.
Right. So you weren't there because of that, then you were there because of the crypto.
Exactly. The fact that I had a top secret clearance, the fact that I had the crypto clearance, and the fact that I had training on that specific crypto equipment, plus I was checked out as electronics navigations expert. I knew receivers and transmitters. So I was one of, I don't know how many at Nellis Air Force Base that was qualified, but I was the one that was picked.
Yeah. Okay.
And by that, by the time I got to Nellis Air Force Base, everybody knew of me. It was just kind of like, I had a great reputation and track record.
Right. So, and then I noticed, that on your military records, it does actually show that you were reassigned during these periods. I think for this period you first described here, it was about 10 days you were working there. And you did some repairs, but the problems then occurred, so you had to, go in again and keep working on the system.
Yes, I was there multiple times. There were several things that were quite interesting. I mean, after you work top secret stuff for so many years, it's like when you get your new iPod. You're just totally fascinated by it for a few months. And then it's like, let me go find something else to play with, a new gadget or new electronics toy or whatever. So, the newness wears off fairly fast if you go from system to system to system. But this system, I was there to repair this direct orbital communication link.
You were there, wasn't it? I think you mentioned, in your presentation, this was on the third day you were at the Groom facility. You had to remove this, as you said, the direct orbital communications link, the DOSL system, and it was a module from a multi-bay piece of satellite communications equipment, and you had to inspect and service it. And this is when you found the circuit board that had this VLSI electronics, which is the very large scale integration electronics. And of course, this is 77, I think, which said this was, when you'd said this was in 1977. And you looked at this thing, 1977, and it was a 1 gigahertz processor on this board. And I was interested to hear in the other interview how you'd worked this out, because it didn't actually say 1 gigahertz on the board. You described in the other interview that there was a BNC connector on it. I know what a BNC connector is because I've used them once or twice. And you plugged in your equipment, and then you were able to measure the clock speed because of the waveform. Do you have a portable oscilloscope then that you were using, or?
Yes. I checked it with both the oscilloscope and a frequency counter. But let me back up just a second here.
Okay.
What fascinated me at first is I'm thinking orbital communications link, and then I'm going like, okay, it's got to be just satellite communications. And of course, we didn't have a space shuttle back then. But the thing was modulated, the frequency, this very high frequency of the, I think it was like 800 megahertz to gigahertz, but the modulated frequency, well, that was the transmitted frequency, but the modulation of the transmitted signal was audio.
Oh.
Human voice audio.
Ah.
And I'm sitting there, I really just sat back and I'm looking at the schematics. I'm doing some test points here and there, and I'm going like, who the hell are they talking to up there? We didn't have a space shuttle back then. But the thing was modulated, the frequency, this very high frequency of the, I think it was like 800 megahertz to gigahertz, but the modulated frequency, well, that was the transmitted frequency, but the modulation of the transmitted signal was audio.
Oh.
Human voice audio.
Ah.
And I'm sitting there, I really just sat back and I'm looking at the schematics. I'm doing some test points here and there, and I'm going like, who the hell are they talking to up there?
Yeah. So it wasn't just telemetry then. Telemetry would be a much lower frequency, presumably.
So anyway, I got into the system. I got all the drawers, bay drawers pulled out. I got the covers off everything. Schematic spread everywhere. And I'm running some different tests and everything. And then it seemed like there was a relay and an EEPROM, the programmable.
This is where the program is stored. The EEPROM is where the control program is stored for that card.
Right. So it seemed to be in that area. And the first thing I did is I check out all the voltages, of course, troubleshooting, and then the different frequencies, and it would tell you what you should see at each test point. So I checked the clock frequency just to make sure that the CPU was performing at speed, and it was 1 gigahertz. And I'm going like, well, that's impossible. So I took the access panel off of the, what you would call nowadays a motherboard that had CPU in it, and the damn CPU was like this. It was huge. And there were like 2 or 3, it looked like smaller, very large scale integrated circuits on this board. And now you got to realize Apple was coming out with their Apple II Plus, which had a 1 megahertz, 1 million hertz clock frequency.
Yeah.
Around the same period.
Yeah.
Now this was a gigahertz, which is a billion hertz, which is 1,000 times faster.
More. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, for example, if you've got a 4 gigahertz processor now,
you're a factor of 1,000. So it would be 4,000 gigahertz now if it was the same, multiplication factor. But I mean,
oh yes,
we didn't get a 1 gigahertz chip in the white world until 2000. I just checked this, and I think it was 1999 to year 2000 when the 1 gigahertz Pentium came out, for use in our own PCs and that. So, this was a difference of 23 years, wasn't it? Which sort of roughly ties up with this figure that people come out with, saying that, military technology is 20 years or more ahead of.
Well, what most people don't realize, a lot of people don't realize that the government, especially classified programs, have technology that's 20 or 30 years ahead of what's commercially available. The National Security Agency, under the R branch, which is research branch, owned their own factory where they designed and produced very large-scale integrated circuits and processors. I mean, they could build their own custom chips.
Yeah.
They were doing parallel processing 20 years before you could ever buy anything with parallel processing.
Right. Right.
So basically, it was quite interesting running across the equipment that was that advanced, and
you'd not seen this anywhere else in anywhere that you'd worked. Nothing quite as advanced as this.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I'd never seen any type of. I'd worked on satellite communications here, but it was all telemetry. But I had never worked on satellite communications that had. That was encrypted. That was modulated at the audio frequencies, which is voice.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's very interesting that it is voice frequencies. I mean, maybe we'll come on to what that might possibly be to do with later. But one of the questions I had, I mean, we'll obviously go on to the quasi crystals, but before we go on to that, I just thought, when you were holding this board in your hands, and you're testing it all and stuff, I just wondered at what point you began to question things and what the limits of this secrecy were. And obviously in 1998 you came out and disclosed. So was this one of the things that made you think, well, this is, why can't we have this more, for more people have access to this advanced technology? Was it at this point you were thinking that, or was that kind of later, or was it a more gradual thing?
Before that, I knew we had to have secrets and stuff classified so that our enemy, would have our stuff, or would have the best military in the world. So I thought it was, just the nature of the business, so to speak, that governments have secrets, and the bigger the secrets, the more effort they put into keeping those secrets. So it didn't bother me. But at that point, I'm seeing, for example, if you saw a computer that you could just, something like a lapel pin or something like that, and then it communicated directly with your brain or something, if you knew that was available, yet you're sitting there using a desktop computer, it would piss you off, because you're going like, hey, we've got all this advanced equipment, why can't we have it?
Yeah.
So it made me start thinking, it wasn't so much that the computing power of this system was so advanced, it was the fact that they had voice communications going on real time, encrypted with space. Well, you don't use voice communication with satellites.
Yeah.
It's all data.
So
that's all data.
So it's probably more the fact that you were looking at what the equipment was actually doing, what its function was. That's what made you think, this is a bit strange, rather than the technology itself, kind of.
I wanted to know who the hell we were talking to in space.
Right. Okay.
Think about it. We didn't have anything up there.
No.
Occasionally we'd send some astronauts.
Soils. I think Skylab was still going then, but obviously it wouldn't have been for that. So.
No. It's just that would have all been going through NASA. This stuff was very deep Department of Defense.
Yeah.
Advanced programs, and it just nothing made any sense. It wasn't the type of equipment NASA used. NASA is like the old yellow school bus.
That's right.
The military's either put stuff in production and kept it classified, or they've handed it off to NASA to do further research because it didn't lead anywhere. So NASA doesn't get state-of-the-art, top-secret black program equipment. In fact, the original space shuttle, the F-16 had newer avionics systems than the original space shuttle.
Yeah.
Because NASA just didn't have the budget. The Department of Defense, through their different, the Air Force and Navy especially, control most of these advanced black programs. The money goes to these black programs, and the military controls it. The only exception is when NASA has a satellite or something they want to test in space. Sometimes the Air Force or the Navy will let them take their satellite and put it up in space. But most of the time that stuff goes up through Vandenberg Air Force Base or Cape Canaveral, and it's military rockets, not NASA.
What I'd like to just mention now then, Ed, is this work. You were at Edwards and then you were at Nellis and so on. Yeah, you did also have some sightings of objects, and I wondered if you could describe those to us. I think the first time you were with Jerry Elworth too, I think was the chap you mentioned earlier on, that you worked together a lot, you know, and you handpicked him for some jobs and that. So you're with him, and you're on top of the Fairchild hangar, and that was where they were developing the A10 Warthog, and this was in about 1975, and it was about midnight or between midnight and 2 a.m. that sort of time, I believe.
Jerry Elric and he worked with me and for me at Edwards Air Force Base from 73 to 76. And I believe it was around 1975. It was the middle of the night. We were on top of we'd climbed up the staircases, metal staircase on the outside of the hangar to the top of the hangar. And we were up there smoking.
Were you on a night shift then, or, you know, were you just going up there to do a bit of stargazing? We habitually wandered around everywhere. I mean, we had access to so many areas. We'd get out of the house. I mean, he had babies and I had babies, and sometimes we'd just go for a drive and go down to one of the shops and see who was working and what they were working on, and, you know, just hanging out,
messing around. Yeah, hanging out like buddies do. And we're on top of this hangar, and we're talking or whatever, and Jerry points to the sky almost above us, and it's very dark, but the stars were crystal clear. I mean, it wasn't overcast. And he says, you see those 3 stars up there? And at first I didn't know what he was talking about. They're fairly small. I guess it's, you know, at hand's length, you know, maybe an inch or 2. But he says, they're coming closer. And I said, no, baloney. And I finally saw what he was looking at, and they were coming closer. And then as the 3 stars shaped in a perfect triangle got closer, it darkened out one of the stars behind it. And Jerry got all excited, and he says, man, that's something solid up there. You see that star blink out? And I said, yeah. And so it kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, to where it would be like being a half a mile from an airport and seeing a 757 take off, except it was looked like 4 times bigger. And it stopped at some point, or seemed to stop, and then moved for a fraction of a second, and then just went off. It was over the horizon in like 1 second. It was just massive burst of speed.
And did you see any lights on this?
Well, the 3 stars were obviously lights on each corner.
So it was triangular in appearance then?
No, it was definitely triangular. From what we could see, it was a perfect triangle. And again, if you go north or northeast of Edwards, you end up in central Nevada. So either southern Nevada or central Nevada, and the only thing that a vehicle would be going to would be either Nellis Air Force Base or Groom Air Base. Yeah. So that was the first time, and we told everybody about it. And a few other people said, yeah, we've seen some strange triangles or whatever, and we didn't think much of it after that. I mean, we didn't obsess about it until we got to Nellis and had another experience.
Yeah. So that was 75 then. So so the next one, well, that was a bit later, wasn't it? The one we're talking about was a bit later, but then there was another sighting that you'd had, I think, which was 78. And this was at sunset, wasn't it, where you were riding motorbikes? I think there were a group of 3 of you, were there, or more than 3, or?
I can remember 4. There might have been a 5th one, but usually it was Jerry Elric, and Brian and Ray, and we had dirt bikes, cross-country bikes, dirt bikes, whatever you want to call them.
Mm.
And we'd go all the time. Any chance we got, we'd go on our motorcycles and usually take our 22 pistols or 22 rifles, and we'd shoot snakes or jackrabbits, whatever. We're up in the high desert north of Nellis Air Force Base, which now would be called part of the Nellis Range. Now, Area 51's also a subsection of the Nellis Range. So we're riding our motorcycles, and whoever was in front stopped and pointed, I guess, a little bit south of us. Mm. And all of a sudden, the hill was covered with this massive shadow. And then we all looked up to see what was causing the shadow. And there was this triangle that, I thought, and Jerry thought it was like more than 400 feet across, but it happened so fast, it could have been anywhere from 200 to 600 feet. There was no way of knowing. But we first noticed this massive shadow, and we looked up, and it was, you could have, this thing was low enough that you could have probably shot it with a BB gun.
Yeah.
And it was just like a very overcast day where the shadow had cast. And then before we knew it, within a couple of seconds, it was gone. And there was, somebody said they heard some kind of noise. I felt like I heard some kind of hum.
But you certainly didn't hear the roar of an engine like a jet engine or anything.
No, it had no discernible noise, high noise like a jet or a helicopter or anything like that. And
were you actually were you riding on the motorbikes as this flew over you, or you stopped to have a cigarette or anything, or were you actually riding when this flew over you?
Whoever it was in front that spotted the shadow coming across the ground stopped, and then we stopped.
Yeah.
And he pointed and hollered, and then instinctively we all looked up and saw this thing coming over, and it was moving at such a speed it sure as hell couldn't have been a balloon, and it was so massive, and there was no vertical stabilizer or horizontal stabilizer. There was no fuselage. There were no engines that you could see. It couldn't have been a conventional aircraft of any kind.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was, pretty strange, but I think from your description, it seems plausible to me that you actually saw something like this again in 1979, and if I've understood this correctly, it was actually on the ground when he saw this thing, which, well, it could have been the same thing or it could have been a different thing, but tell us about that.
I was outside the hangar thinking it was evening. It was a nice day. It was hot, but it's still fairly nice. And smoking a cigarette, and I had the goggles on, but they used to kind of make me a little bit dizzy because I couldn't wear my glasses with them.
Yeah.
So I got in the habit of kind of pull them down just a hair so I could just tilt my head forward and see over the top of them with my baseball cap on, my squadron hat.
Yeah.
And nobody seemed to notice that I could see over top of her. At that point, they recognized my face after being up there a few times, so I don't think they paid any notice to me. But I could see at the end of this long hangar on the tarmac or flight line, whatever you want to call it, there was this massive vehicle, and I could see the front tip, and where just the hair where it ended, and you could see it was curved. It was almost like the flat end of the vehicle was parallel to the hangar, except from where I was standing, I could see about a third of it.
Right.
And it was set up about 10 feet off the ground. It was several stories high, the body. And it was massive. I have no, no, several stories. Yeah. 30 feet.
Wow.
I'm thinking about 30 feet, and but you know, I mean, 757 is what the body of it's like 20 feet tall at least, or around that. Well, something triangular, you could store a massive amount of equipment on something that big.
So what went through your mind when you saw this thing?
Well, first of all, I was literally amazed. It had been as like if Captain Kirk had landed his ship on the ground. And it didn't make any sense to me how this thing could fly because, like I said, I couldn't see any discernible engines. There were ductwork or variable vectored vanes or something similar to that coming out the bottom that were noticeable. But I immediately thought back. What's that?
What color was it?
It was kind of again, it was grayish black. Almost had in the bright sunlight, almost had a kind of a bluish undertone, but it was basically very dark gray, flat. I mean, it wasn't a shiny finish on it.
Right.
But I immediately thought back to the sighting that Jerry and I had on the Fairchild A-10 hangar at Edwards, and then, of course, when a number of us sighted this triangular-shaped vehicle in the desert on our motorcycle. So I was pretty much stunned, and I kept looking around me because I was afraid somebody was going to come up and club me on the head or something for gawking at this thing. Because obviously he wasn't, you know.
So that was interesting that, you know, you did obviously make the connection probably within a few seconds, and actually seeing this thing, you did already make the connection to what you'd seen, you know, 2 and 3 years earlier and so on.
Well, I mean, you know, if you think you see a triangular vehicle in the sky, and then a few years later you see a huge, massive triangular shadow in a vehicle above you scooting across, and then you see something sitting on the ground that has to be a triangle just by the angles of what you can see. I mean, it wasn't a usual shape of any type of known aerospace vehicle. Yeah.
And I think later you got more information about what this probably was, didn't you? I presume that came a bit later, or had you already heard talk of this vehicle? You know, because you learned about the magnetic field disruptor and so on. We'll get onto that maybe a little bit, but that's what you talked about quite a bit in your 1998 presentation, didn't you? You talked about the magnetic field disruptor that you were told about.
Yes, I'd like to address that later. But the thing is, like I said, if you lived in Las Vegas or damn near anywhere in Nevada, there were weird rumors about everything. I mean, they call it the conspiracy state. Some people do, because there's so much weird stuff going on. Yeah. And you'd hear stories about these lenticular or circular-shaped saucers, or some of them even massive, or these cylinder-shaped vehicles or triangular-shaped vehicles. I mean, you'd hear about them, but you pretty much discounted most of it because there were conspiracy theories A to Z.
Yeah,
and rightly so.
The way I look at that now is that's convenient for them. You know, that obviously it helps to keep the secrets. If you've got 150 different theories and stories, you know, generic stories as to what these things are and where they come from, then obviously nobody knows which is the correct one. You know, so it helps the secrecy.
Well, first of all, the newspapers and radio, for the most part, wouldn't talk about it because all the military and government agencies in Nevada, and they were the biggest state employer other than the casino industry.
Yeah.
They just didn't talk about it. And there were so many sightings of unidentified flying objects of different shapes so often that it was just common knowledge, and everybody had seen something. If you lived there a year, you'd seen several somethings in the sky that didn't make any sense. So it just, I mean, it was like, oh, we had a mosquito storm, or a lot of mosquitoes tonight. I mean, it was so mundane and so often that the news media just never mentioned it.
Yeah.
And that wasn't until George Knapp. And that wasn't until George Knapp and John Lear and Bob Lazar fabricated their story. I won't even go into that.
So, you know, we sort of covered that you'd seen this thing, and this was obviously when you were there, when you were at Nellis, and it was 1979 that you were there. You know, I think before I got a little bit confused about the date, but it was actually 79 that you were there. And I think
at Area 51, yeah.
At Area 51, yeah. And I think one of the things you'd said in the 1998 presentation, which if people haven't seen that yet, I recommend that you track that down and watch it, because we're sort of jumping around a bit on some of these topics here, but in that it's in like a straight through sequence. But you were, you know, I presumably, you know, taking meal breaks and stuff at lunchtime, and maybe you were there at evening meal time as well. And so you were hearing talk of things, you know. Was it people talking directly with you, or on the next table, or in the queue line up for food, or what was the environment?
Well, sometimes I'd have what they call box lunches. The chow hall would make box lunches that they would bring to you, depending on your situation, and if you had time to go to the mess hall or chow hall. And other times you'd go to the chow hall. The first time I was up there, I got a box lunch. I mean, nobody knew how long I was going to be up there, and the fact that they're going to have to keep bringing me back because this guy was gone. I mean, I never got any details other than he was on emergency leave. So I assumed that, you know, something happened to a family member or something. He was having to take care of that. But yeah, you know, in some ways it's a contradiction, but some of my equipment was hooked up to another room, the next room, through some cabling, and I had to press the buzzer on the next to the door to get the security guy to open it. And I said, I need to get this next room over here, and I need to test these signals from this other equipment and make sure they're going back and forth correctly. And the security guy says, you don't have access. He says, write it down, I'll give it to him. So it was frustrating for me because there were several written things back and forth, me trying to explain to these people like, specifically what signals I was looking for. So in that way, it was highly controlled. In fact, even when you went to the bathroom, it was very awkward because there were no stalls. I mean, there was just a row of toilets. So, I mean, if you had to relieve yourself, I mean, it was very public. And there'd be a security guy, you know, standing at the door. He'd follow you down the hall and wait by the door. But in the mess hall, you'd see people that work together in different groups, and you'd hear different things. Much like you hear things when you live in Las Vegas about what's going on with the military or the government. But as far as very specific details, I had met a couple of guys. I didn't actually meet them, but I recognized a couple of guys from Nellis Air Force Base, who I later, when I ran across them at Nellis Air Force Base, we'd get together and talk, say, well, let's go have a drink or whatever. And you had to be very careful, because until the fall of the Soviet Union and the Berlin Wall came down, you risked very severe penalties. You couldn't say National Security Agency. We used to kid about it and say no such agency. You couldn't even say National Reconnaissance Office or NRO. I mean, they were very classified, and there were severe penalties about talking about this stuff. But after the Berlin Wall came down, it was almost like everybody was talking about everybody and everything they knew. And then all of a sudden you've got these FBI guys and these ex-CIA guys and these ex-NSA guys spilling their guts and writing books.
Yeah. I mean,
I remember when the Puzzle Palace came. I remember when the book The Puzzle Palace came out, and they detailed so much of what went on in the NSA that I think everybody in the military must have bought a copy of that. For example, I've admitted numerous things that I had to lie about. For example, anytime I was on a classified assignment, you couldn't tell your wife, oh, I'm going up to Nellis Range, or I've been up to Groom Air Base, or I went to this classified briefing in Washington, D.C. It was always you were gone to training.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'm going to this base for 2 weeks of training, or 1 week of this, or you just weren't allowed to tell your family what you were working on and where you were at.
Yeah.
So, does that make you a liar? Well, sure it does, but that was part of the job and still is. I mean, you just don't chat it up with your wife or girlfriend and spill your guts, because you can get in trouble if they repeat something. And people have a habit of repeating stuff. If you tell your wife that she's talking to her favorite sister or something and starts talking about it, and they're listening on your phone, or somebody says, oh, this guy's wife's telling his sister about this stuff. I mean, back then the penalties were a lot more severe than now.
So you overheard stuff in the mess hall, and so, there was talk of various exotic technologies and so on.
Yes, well, they used a lot of terms that I didn't even know what they meant. Sometimes when I get home, I used to journal and write stuff down all the time. And back then there wasn't any internet where you could look up stuff on Google. But, you just write down unusual stuff that you heard tidbits of. And, of course, I stayed in contact with two of the guys that I recognized at Groom Air Base that worked at Nellis Air Force Base also, like I did. And then there were 5 of my friends from, by the time I had come out, I'd been friends for 25 or 30 years and worked on black programs. Some of them the same as mine and some similar. And
so between you,
we got together.
Stuff.
Yes, exactly. And by then we felt more freely, to sit in the corner of a bar or out on a picnic table in the evening in a park way off by yourself or something like that, or go fishing and tell everybody everything you knew and compare stories.
If you're working with 3 or 4 people, just a small group who have been through all the same kinds of things as you have, then you each know that you're not supposed to go outside of you're not even supposed to talk to each other really, but you're not going to,
Exactly.
once you get close, you're not going to stick to that when you each know the penalties for going outside of the group. You can at least talk within the group, and that gives you a stronger bond and so on, doesn't it? So.
Well, by the time I retired from the Air Force in '87, I'd worked a number of black programs. I'd briefed at the Pentagon. I'd briefed their staff. I briefed the Secretary and Deputy Secretary of the Air Force. So I was getting a bigger and bigger picture of what was going on over time. And then in the early 90s, I was still in contact by phone with a number of my friends. I was kind of the guy that kept everybody together, even though we moved on to different bases or different states or went to different jobs.
You were always the one that would ring up, when you had some free time, ring up and see how they were and maybe try and organise to have a meet-up. You were the kind of that in that position, yeah?
Yeah, I was kind of the hub or ringleader of information to where somebody was, or, I'd call Jerry up and say, hey, I talked to Brian, or I talked to Doc, or I talked to Sal, and he's here and he's working for this corporation. And anytime somebody was traveling, because in the business you do a lot of travel, going from one corporation to another, or one defense agency or another, and you cross paths occasionally. So you'd always go out and have drinks. So I suggested that we all take a vacation and meet out in Las Vegas. And the five of my closest friends that had a similar background to myself met out in Vegas more than once. And by then, I was out of the Air Force. When I got out of the Air Force, I worked for defense contracting. I also worked on some statement of works and specifications for the Department of Defense, different groups. But mainly I was a defense contractor. And I worked in positions of director of engineering, site manager, senior program engineer, several different companies, defense contractors, and several different types of positions. So in the early 90s, that's when we decided to start getting together and communicating. And of course, even then, we knew from all the way back in the 70s that you didn't talk about crap over the phone, because somebody could be listening in on your conversation.
And so you carried on these meetings over several years, and did you gradually sort of collectively became concerned about what you knew in the wider picture? Is that kind of how it developed, or?
Well, first it was I think just buddies sharing stories and talking about their careers, because for so many years, for decades, we couldn't do it. And if we did do it, it was extremely cautious. But there was more of an era of, if you could trust people, then you could talk about stuff. And obviously, we trusted each other explicitly and implicitly. I can't get used to this webcam because I don't know whether to look at myself or you on the screen or up at the camera.
Yeah, I understand. It is a bit difficult because we're not face to face. It's always better if you can do this face to face, in the same room. But unfortunately, we're about 7,000 miles apart or something.
Yeah, amazing. Nice technology, that's for sure. Mm. So yeah, we started putting pieces together, and that, some people would talk about energy technology, other people would talk about different developments in stealth technology and stealth coatings, and somebody else would bring up electronic countermeasures and the amazing things we could do. I mean, even back during the Vietnam conflict, we could make our fighter aircraft look bigger, smaller. We could make one aircraft look like six. We could give a different radar reflection showing it was a different type of aircraft, or in a different location to the enemy's radar. people have no clue how advanced technology was, even back during the Vietnam conflict, what we could do with electronics countermeasures and electronic countermeasures. So we would talk about things like that, and of course, eventually UFOs, and then we started talking about the triangle and what they knew about it, and the information was sketchy at first, and then occasionally one of the guys would call up and says, I've got this friend that you ought to go, if you're ever in this city, you need to have a drink with him. I've talked to him and told him you're a good guy, or he can trust you or whatever, and he'd give me the name and phone number, and I'd make a point of getting to one city or another and meeting up with this person, and I'd get other information that added more pieces to what the big picture was.
So, again, you sort of gradually built up this sort of loose network of contacts, friends of friends that you'd go and see, or you'd either go and see them and or speak to them over the phone, and you'd sort of try and corroborate what they were telling you with what you'd already experienced yourself, or what you'd already been given from other sources.
Yes, exactly. And then it came to a point, I guess I don't know exactly when, but somewhere I've been taking notes all along, and nobody wanted to be recorded, and half the time they get uncomfortable even if you're writing stuff down, so I'd have to go back to my either rental car or my Dodge Maxi van that had a twin bed mattress in it that I traveled in a lot, and I'd just have to furiously start writing notes down. But I verified everything that I wrote about or spoke about with at least two people. For example, myself and another person, or two other people.
Two other trusted friends.
So when I said publicly it was all second or third hand information, I basically did that to protect everybody.
Yeah.
Because I didn't use their real names, and I didn't say, oh, I worked on this classified program and I know this, because I could have got in major trouble. So for many years, it was all second and third hand information. But in fact, if you look at my documents and my pictures and put a bigger picture together, it's obvious that a lot of the information was also firsthand.
Right.
For example, Joe Green in Alien Rapture is based on a lot of experiences in my life.
Yeah.
And the way the government works, the way the technology was, all that stuff is absolutely true. The only fiction in Alien Rapture is the alien agenda, which was my best hypothesis. You get gathering this information over a period of years, and I just wondered, was it initially kind of you wanted to satisfy your own curiosity to find out where these things were all leading? Obviously, you'd seen the flying triangles, several times, 3 times, and you'd seen one, twice, and then one on the ground. You'd spoken to other people. I just wondered what the point was where you kind of went from a thinking, well, I've now satisfied my curiosity. Now I feel I need to take this to a wider audience. Was there some particular event that made you, want to disclose,
or was it just a gradual thing, and you couldn't really pick a point when you thought, yep, I'm now going to publish this in some form?
I think at first it was just, when you only know a couple of pieces of the puzzle, it drives you nuts because you want to know more, especially if you have a high IQ and you're curious like we were.
Yeah.
And we all had such unusual experiences with the government. So absolutely, it was curiosity at first. And then as we started to look at the bigger picture, it upset everyone that we had technology. Now, I can understand having defense technology and having it top secret or secret. But what we couldn't understand is some of the stuff they had, for example, propulsion technology, which would make cheaper technology. And then, the X-15, for God's sake, could do, I think, 6.5 back in the 50s. And for all practical purposes, was in a suborbital space. So even using, say, 60s technology, there's absolutely no reason we couldn't have built a one-stage to orbit vehicle. In other words, one stage means you take off from the ground and go into orbit. So we would have spaceships. So for people to think that the best we had was the space shuttle in the 80s and 90s, it's just obscenely stupid because we could have done that in the 60s.
And of course, you were one of the few, very small number of people that could see that because of what you knew was, from working with the advanced aircraft that you'd worked with, and the other your buddies, you could see that, you knew that, whereas the rest of the public, they probably were aware that advanced aircraft had been developed, but they didn't really know what the specifications were because they were all classified.
Yes. So, there was clean, there's no such thing as free energy. There's cheap energy. In other words, you have to build stuff in order to get cheap energy. So this misnomer, there is no free energy because you have to build a device. There's a cost to build it, and then probably some kind of startup system that uses some energy before it becomes one over unity, and it's putting out excess energy like low energy nuclear fusion with LENR. So there was the energy aspect. There was extremely efficient propulsion. We're still using propulsion technologies that are 20, 30% efficient. If you've got something that's 90% efficient, or if you've got energy devices that can produce more output than input, it could revolutionize the world. You could have virtually free potable water all over the world very inexpensively. So we have all this technology where we could change our world for the better, get rid of burning coal and wood, and have potable water for people that are practically drinking muddy water. It's the best they have in a third of the world. So after a point when we started realizing the vast array of technologies and engineering that was available that was being suppressed, it pissed us off. And at some point, we decided, well, how do we get the information out there? And we knew, even if we sent huge packages of information to all these TV stations or whatever, the different agencies of government have pretty much infiltrated all these corporate media. And in fact, there's no independent TV stations or networks. They're all owned by these massive media corporations which control the information, and they all have an agenda.
Did you realize that back then? Had you already figured that out, or you knew from experience, or what were your thoughts back in the early 90s when you were going through all of this?
Well, it's just like the publishing industry, the media industry. These large corporations started buying up smaller media to where there's like 5 major media corporations in the world that control 90% or 95% of all media. So you could see it happening over time. That eventually the corporations and their agenda, I mean, for example, if a corporation like Fox, News Corp, or Rupert Murdoch wants to put out a conservative agenda, that's all they're going to put out.
Right.
And it's very slanted. It's extremely slanted to one point of view. And then if you've got, say, another corporation that owns CNN that leans towards liberal, then that's their agenda, and it's slanted. So we realized that going to the news media would not, somehow they'd probably figure out who the hell was doing it.
So you never even sort of tried to do that. You didn't think, right, well, we'll just, do like an executive summary and we'll just then send it to, New York Times or, one of the big papers on the West Coast. You didn't really ever think you were going to do it that way?
Well, no, we didn't. We discussed different options, and then everybody knew I was a great writer because I'd written stuff for high-ranking government and military people. I'd given briefings, oral and in writing. It had to be damn near perfect. But, you don't want to get up the Pentagon or Air Staff or something like that and screw up a presentation. So
yeah, of course.
And I'd written some short stories just for fun. So they decided as well, since you're the best writer, why don't we put as much information we can in a fiction book and see how well that goes. Right. And that's how the idea, it was really, originally we called it the Abductors. It was a working title. And then when I hooked up with Brad Steiger, Bob Silverstein is my agent, and Brad Steiger my co-author, we realized somebody already had a book out, fiction book called The Abductors. So we changed it to Alien Rapture, which I wasn't really happy with.
I guess that wasn't your title. Was that something that Brad Steiger came up with? I was going to ask you about that.
Yes, I believe it was Brad. He, I don't know how it came about, but we came up with Alien Rapture because of I don't want to give away the book, but basically because of the alien influence on humanity.
Yeah.
See, I wanted the book to be more about the technology and less about anything to do with aliens. I didn't know anything to do about aliens. I'd never seen one. None of my friends had ever known anything about aliens. So it was an area that I wanted to stay away from for credibility.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I had to write up this alien agenda as part of the plot, I think we did a good job of it, but that wasn't the point of the book. The point of the book was to get out true information in the guise of fiction.
Big thing was the 1998 kind of disclosure that how that actually happened, because you did these presentations. I think you did about 5 or 6 of them, didn't you? At one at International UFO Congress and MUFON, which was LA. I think was that in LA? Was it the MUFON one?
The The MUFON, yes, was in Burbank, basically L.A.
So how did that all come about then? How do you get in touch with us? Because you've already mentioned a few minutes ago about you weren't really into thinking about aliens. You'd obviously talked about UFOs a little bit, but that wasn't kind of one of the main things that you were talking about at that time. So how did you kind of enter this weird ufological culture, as it might be called?
It was weird to me. Brad Steiger had published about 150 books at that time, and the book was coming out in the summer of '98, and he had me do a few radio programs just to kind of test the water about talking about the truth and not really. I mean, obviously we mentioned the book because we wanted people to buy it so they could have the information.
Yes.
We only got like 25 cents per copy each on an $18 book. So we didn't get rich. And, it wasn't Vanity Press. It wasn't self-published. It was through a regular publisher. Brad Steiger got a percentage off the top because he was risking his time as co-author because, he made a living at it and I didn't.
Yeah.
So part of the deal would he would get X number of $1,000 off the top until he was paid that and then would start splitting it. So, Bob Silverstein and Brad was on radio and TV all the time back then. He was a regular on, Art Bell, Jeff Rance, Bill Boshear's show, I think, up in Chicago. So everybody knew Brad Steiger.
Yeah.
Very brilliant, articulate, talk about anything paranormal, UFOs, really understood the whole media circus. So we tested the waters and did a couple of radio shows, and nobody knocked down my doors or anything. And he says, well, the publisher sent an advanced copy of your book to Jim Courant, who was a pilot and a UFO investigator. He was on the board of the International UFO Congress, and sent Bob and Terry Brown, who owned the International UFO Congress, a copy. And then Ken Settington from England, a copy. And then all of a sudden, they said they want you at the International UFO Congress in 2 weeks or a week. I mean, it was extremely short notice.
Yeah.
For us, to pack up and leave. We had cats and bills and everything else. So there was a scramble. Only had a few days. I don't remember exactly how long, but it was less than a week. I had to put together a minimum of an hour presentation. And I think the presentation went on for about an hour and 20 minutes or something. And they at the end, they cut off the questions and answers because there was a time limit. There were lots and lots of people lined up for questions that I would love to have answered, but it was very frantic. And then, when I was at the IUFOC in 98 and I returned in 99 and gave a second presentation, but in 98, our hotel room was broken into at the casino.
I was going to ask you about that, yeah.
And Ken Settington and I believe Jim Courant, we were all down at this huge dinner for all the speakers and the staff. And we were talking about something. I said, well, I've got the documents up in my room. And it was after dinner we were starting to have drinks. And I said, well, let's just run up there. The elevator's right there. Let's just run up there and I'll show them to you. So we got to my hotel room and there was a hotel towel stuck in the door. The door was still cracked. Which I thought maybe the cleaning people had done it accidentally. We go in my room and I got these binders full of documents and pictures, and my wife's got some very expensive jewelry and clothes, and I had my Fuzzbuster or radar detector, which is like $400. In other words, there were a lot of stuff there for a thief to steal, and all the documents are spread out all over the king-size bed, almost like somebody had pulled them all out or maybe took pictures of them or something. It didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So that was the first thing that happened that made us paranoid and nervous, was the hotel room being broken into. And we complained to the casino security, and they go, well, we got it all on video. And they checked their cameras, and they were, the hallway camera for that section of the hallway of the hotel part wasn't working, mysteriously.
Huh.
So they kind of raised the hackles on our necks, like, what the hell's going on here? And then after I gave the presentation at Laughlin, we got back home, I started doing radio interviews. Jeff Rance was the biggest one. I'd done some smaller radio stations and even, I think, a couple of local news programs. And I think it was 3 local San Antonio TV stations did interviews, and nobody heard anything except one station, I forget which station it was, said that there's basically a ridicule piece that says there's one local man, retired military, he's written a book about aliens and UFOs, and he thinks he knows what's going on. And that's pretty much it. So they cut out the actual interview. It was not flattering.
Yeah.
And then I was supposed to go on, before I returned to go to California and Nevada for a few more presentations, I was also supposed to be on Art Bell. And then Brad had talked to Art Bell and sent Art Bell a copy of Alien Rapture. And I think my presentation too. Mm-hmm. And first Art Bell says, according to Brad, he says, oh yeah, we've definitely got to have him on. We're going to schedule him. And they call me, and I said, yeah, I'm available every night except this, or, whenever. I just tell them what my schedule was. And they never called back. And then Brad didn't understand. So he waited a while, and next time he had a chance to talk privately to Art Bell, he said, well, you still need to have Ed Fouché on there because I talk about the book, but he's the expert. He wrote the book. He says, I helped him make changes in it and edit it. He said, but it's Ed's story. And he talked with Ed Fouché about this technology and black programs and flying triangle. And Art said, yep, you're right. We definitely have to have him on. They called again, and I told them what my schedule was. This was like a month, 2 later, I don't remember. And they never called back again. So after that, I just told Brad, I said, don't even mention me to Art Bell. I said, I don't know what's going on. And he said, well, it seems like he promotes every foolish story in the world, but when he gets a legitimate story, he doesn't want to promote it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, a little light bulb in my head goes off, and I'm going, okay. That's the deal.
Yeah. Well, I think that's one of the key factors as well. And, shows like Coast to Coast are all very well and often quite interesting to listen to. But, I think it's just a question of the old, being polite, sorting out the wheat from the chaff. And it's often, those sorts of shows are often regarded as, entertainment shows. More than anything else, so you're just served up there for someone's entertainment, and
exactly. I mean, I used to listen to Coast a lot way back years ago, and none of the facts ever checked out. None of the predictions ever came true.
Yeah.
And there were no documents revealed. I mean, it was just like you say, it was just amusing entertainment, almost like a science fiction on the radio.
Right.
Or fantasy.
Now, I think the other thing we should mention in relation to, we've talked about the going on Coast to Coast and the presentation and so on, and I understand that this is when the BBC, they said the BBC came to interview you, and that was at UFOC conference, wasn't it? The International UFO Congress conference. They came to interview you in the hotel there. Was it there or near there or?
Both of the UFOC conferences in the summer of '98, summer of '99 were at the casino town of Laughlin, which is on the Colorado River south of Las Vegas. Beautiful little town. Well, it's not really little. They have a lot of casinos. The prices are a lot cheaper there, you know, motel and drinks and stuff like that, or hotel, compared to Las Vegas. That's why a lot of people like it, because the river's huge there. So I can't remember which year, but between the two presentations, the summer of 98, summer of 99, I was interviewed by German TV. There was a team, I think, of 4. There was a guy from Denmark there that interviewed me. There was, I was told the BBC, they had a crew of 6. That was the biggest crew by far. It was John Purdy, was in charge of that portion of their network or whatever it was called, our production company. And then Tim Shawcross was the interviewer. And I didn't find out until later, after they were gone, that they were Channel 4. But the way they talked, it led me to believe that Channel 4 was BBC.
Yeah.
Which you've explained to me is not really.
No. So, and then the other thing that they did, which was a bit weird, was they'd, put cameras on your documents, and your documents had the social security number on, and then that went out on air, didn't they? Actually put that out on air, which caused you quite a big problem, didn't it?
Well, in America, your social security number is everything. I mean, you could probably take over somebody's identity. So what happened was I had my original social security number, and then when some people reposted, or actually it was one person, Jeremy Rise from Mansfield, Massachusetts, posted the whole IUFOC presentation over an hour long. He changed the social security number at my request so that people wouldn't have it. But at the same time, I was in the process of getting a new social security number, which takes almost an act of Congress. In fact, I had to get a congressman to help me on it. So I had an original social security number and I have my current one, which nobody knows. So people will say, well, okay, this guy's got 3 social security numbers. Well, I actually only had 2. The third one in question is the one changed by Jeremy Rise on the video.
Right.
So then,
that caused you a bit of a problem at the time. I understood that they actually broadcast this as well on the BBC documentary, that one of these documents was shown there and it had your social
yes, it was. Yes, it was. My original social security number, if you actually buy the DVD from the IUFOC, it has my original social security number. The one that Jeremy Rice put up that everybody's copied
has not.
Has it changed?
Yeah. Okay. Now, going back to that team that said they were from the BBC, but it eventually ended up on Channel 4 documentary, however that was, we don't really know. But they interviewed you for a long time, didn't they? And then they used about 3 or 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, I was really kind of disappointed because we spent most of the day in the interview process, and I'm sure there were a lot of stuff they couldn't use in 5 or 6 hours of interviewing, but to end up with just, 3 or 4 minutes or whatever it was. And then, they say, well, there's one person that seems to have the answer, and they name me by name and show my documents and a few brief comments, me saying, I'm telling you the truth as I know it, and I believe this to be true. And at the end they go like, but you can't prove it. Almost like discounting what I said. And then somewhere during this, they showed several of my documents. And the one document in question, I had their promise when they were when we were doing the interview, I said, because the guy kept wanting to take photos of everything in the room, which made me nervous. I said, look, guys, I don't want any documents photographed unless I approve it. Well, this guy, every time of course, they positioned me where my back's facing away from the bed, so I couldn't see what was going on behind me. But at some point, one of the guys had taken a picture of my documents, and one of them had my social security number, which really I thought was very distrustful and sneaky.
You know, we've already covered quite a lot of ground here, and I think hopefully people will find this information that you've given us, you know, very useful in the way of, you know, kind of showing how some of the military works and some of the procedures that you have to go through and what you're working, the sort of environment you're working under. You know, you've described that, I think, fairly comprehensively. But for example, if you go and watch that Channel 4 documentary, which is 3 hours long, or, you know, it filled 3 hours of TV airtime, I think it's probably 3 times 46 minutes running time. But if you watch it, I mean, they spend like, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour with some guy who says he's filmed a UFO in his back garden, you know, and you can clearly see it's just bogus. You know, I think there's one that he filmed that was interesting. And you know, from speaking to you, I'm thinking, well, why did they fill half an hour with that nonsense rather than giving you another 20 minutes, half an hour of what you know, with all the documents to prove it? I mean, that just proves that these documentaries are, you know, they're just, again, served up as entertainment. They're not really out to try and discover the truth. And I've been misquoted on this, I have around 900 documents from my career in the military. Mm-hmm. I took about 200 of them to Laughlin, to the IUFOC, showed them to their staff, showed them to the BBC, the Germans. I'd walk them through the documents and, verify I had credibility. I also took them to MUFON in 99. And Burbank, which is Hollywood area, to prove my credibility. And the last presentation I gave was, I think, 2000, was in Sacramento. So I was always very upfront with my documents because I thought it was very important that all these people that came before me that was supposedly military never showed one document. Yeah.
And I had a couple of hundred that I carried with me when I traveled to give presentations. So that was a key point to me, and it still is yeah. You got to have some proof of credibility. I mean,
yes,
you can make up that you worked anywhere on anything, but, you've got to have pay stubs, you've got to have documents, you've got to have annual reviews. I mean, there's so many different types of documents, and the government documents everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to say you don't have any documents or the government wiped your records is just asinine.
Yeah.
But obviously they were very curious about my documents because not only was our hotel room broken into in Laughlin, we were out with a chief friend of mine who was still in the Air Force after I retired. He was working at Kelly Air Force Base, and his wife, and we'd been out dancing, the four of us. And when we got home, I had a fairly large home near SeaWorld in San Antonio, and it had these iron bars and iron gate, security bars, a security gate, which is not uncommon in the South because, you know, there's a lot of break-ins. But the front iron gate was open, and the front door was cracked open. So I asked Rebecca and his wife, I said, y'all wait here a second. And then, so I go in the house thinking, you know, maybe there's somebody still in there. So nothing in the house was disturbed. But I had a study and Rebecca had a study where our computers and our files and our books were in. And all the drawers and file cabinets were open. There were folders strewn about. There were diskettes back when we had the 3.5 or 3.5 inch diskettes.
Yep.
Strewn about. So, I mean, you know, it's like somebody was looking to see, I think they were looking to see if I had anything classified so they could arrest me.
Yeah.
But I got rid of anything I had that was classified before I went to the UFOC because I knew that, you know, I was putting my ass on the line.
Yeah.
And then after that, I mean, we had threatening phone calls, we had threatening emails. The last major incident we had is I had a brand new Cadillac DeVille, and I kept my 9mm Taurus service revolver under the seat, and it had my radar detector, which is worth $400 about at the time. I used to keep about $50 to $100 hidden in the car, in case I lost my wallet or something, you know, I could get home if somewhere. But again, the only thing that was disturbed, I had a trifold of these 3-inch computer disks under the back of the passenger seat, and they're all strewn around the back seat. Like somebody had maybe taken a laptop or something and scanned them or copied them. I don't have a clue. But the window was broke in, and nothing else was touched. There was nothing stolen. So, I mean, you know, we went through a lot of strange stuff, and that's pretty much why when we left San Antonio and I dropped out for 10 years, my poor wife was very paranoid and afraid something was going to happen to us. And so we moved out in the middle of nowhere, and I dropped out for 10 years. When we finally got the opportunity to get out of San Antonio and get away from all the harassment, we literally packed our bags, dropped out. First few years I was up here in the middle of nowhere, Texas, that I didn't even have a computer hooked up. And I did a lot of carpentry and woodworking and helped build things and repair things on the different ranches. And so I just didn't contribute and didn't really want to because of the things that had happened in the past. And at some point, about 4 years ago, I got back on and I saw this trash about people saying, some people say, no, he wasn't in the Air Force, he was in the Army, or he couldn't have done this in the Air Force, or where's this proof? And then I started releasing documents, and part of the 900 I had, the subset of 200 that I took with me to different presentations and groups so I could verify my credibility. I started releasing documents and pictures so that people would know that at least I had the credibility as far as training, reviews from generals, clearances. I had all the different aspects of what a person in the military would need in order to be picked to be on top secret black programs. I mean, they don't take average people. They don't take people that don't know diverse systems. They don't take people that don't know their science or electronics, for example. And they only take people that's had the highest recommendations or command level positions. And from about 81 to 87, when I was the Air Force liaison to industry, I had nothing but accolades from generals.
Yeah.
So I was reestablishing my credibility and showing people many, many things that had never been revealed, even though the Channel 4 on the Riddle of the Skies did have all that information. They decided at some point to basically cut down almost 6 hours of interviews down to just a few minutes on the Riddle of the Skies. So, and then I was seeing things that if my kids or grandkids and would eventually read or see that were so slanderous and libelous that I felt like, I owed it to my family to get out there and defend myself.
Right.
And that's what I've been doing since then, is trying to show people that I do have credibility and I'm willing to work with anybody.
And of course, I mean, this again is part of the story how we eventually came into contact, because I'd done a presentation about anti-gravity research and technology, which I'd come across having got back into the Disclosure project, and I'd actually got a clip of you in the Channel 4 documentary, which I showed in my presentation. And I'd not met you then, and from what I'd read on the internet, I knew that in around about 2001, you'd kind of retired, as it were, or gone into hiding, or whatever expression you care to use. So, and then I think it was in 2009, I came across this alien scientist character, because he was posting videos about 9/11, which we're not really going to discuss here, but people can probably know me for talking about 9/11, and so I'd seen the videos that alien scientists were posted about 9/11, and I wasn't really very happy with what he'd done. So then I saw that you had also, I think, there was a video of you on his channel, and I was puzzled because I wondered where he'd got this video from, which was the presentation we talked about in the 1998 presentation. And I was also interested because alien scientist had the Eugene Podkletnov video that came a bit later, and he had a couple of others, and he even reposted the presentation that I made on my computer in 2004. Just I sat in front of my computer and did it, and he'd even reposted that, and he's still on his channel. At least we're recording this in January 2014. It's still on his channel now. So again, I was intrigued by all of these things, so I ended up writing to you through your YouTube channel, and that's how we came into contact. So I just wondered how it was that you sort of got in touch with this Jeremy Riss character initially.
Well, I believe he contacted me through a friend. When he started his YouTube channel, I sent him copious amounts of documents and pictures and huge amount of slides of different aircraft and vehicles, and I was really supportive of him and tried to contribute as much as I could, because I felt like at the time he was trying to get the truth out there.
Yeah, and he was getting a lot of hits on his channel, wasn't he? I mean, I know that he had quite a few thousands of subscribers and stuff. So
yeah, I think at one time he had like 40,000 subscribers and hundreds of thousands of hits, and I'm sure he made some good profit off the YouTube. Well, I didn't have a problem with that because I wasn't selling anything, and haven't really been selling anything for many years.
And I mean,
I helped him establish his forum.
Yeah, and there's a lot of your material still on his website as we record this. As I say, January 2014 we're doing this, and as we speak, there's a lot of your material on there, isn't there? And I was looking today, and I noticed that he's edited some of the pages, and I went into the Internet Archive and looked at the older versions, and I think your biography page has put a load of trash on there now, along with your original page. So it's really sad to see this going on, particularly when you reached out to help him and so on. It's really quite distressing.
Well, we basically, and I'm as much at fault for what happened at first than he was. I was very adamant and complaining about, and sent out some angry texts and emails that he wasn't maintaining the forum. And I had brought people on the forum. I'd chosen all the administrators and moderators, and we had tens of thousands of posts. And I mean, it was a very reputable forum dealing with science and esoteric science and military technology, UFOs. He's actually destroyed his own credibility by attacking me, because for all those years he supported me, and he made all his money off videos related to Ed Fouché, my career, the TR3B, the flying triangle, the magnetic field disruptor, gravity, anti-gravity, mercury-based propulsion. I worked with him all those years and was happy that he made money off of it.
I think it's just an exercise. We discussed this a little bit before we were recording, and he's just creating a lot of noise to confuse the picture, I think. And, certainly one of the things that he's doing, because as you say, he doesn't seem to care, certainly because of specific details in some of his 9/11 videos. I mean, I don't think I should go into that here, but because I've basically written about that elsewhere. So I do think he's, at least for 9/11, he is specifically putting out disinformation with specific components to it for 9/11. I don't know about the other stuff he's done, but certainly I would say it's true for 9/11 from my own knowledge and experience. So it's a pretty sad tale, and how that he should have turned on you, which is what he's done. Okay, we talked a while ago about the underground tunnels. I think it was at JPL facility, and yes. And so I wondered if there were any other tunnels or similar facilities that you ended up working in or got to know about in your career.
Yes, in the early 70s, I was temporary duty to Aurora, Colorado, which is a suburb of Denver. And I worked at Buckley Field, which I believe is called Buckley Air Base now, or Air Force Base. And we were putting in these massive geodesic domes with these huge radar tracking centers. At the time, we only had 2 that was under construction. Now I think there's 6 or 8 of them. Over the years, they put in more. And they have multiple level underground facilities with elevators and tunnels. And I'm thinking it's one of the biggest facilities I've ever seen underground. Now,
is it this one that's 10 stories high, 10 stories down?
No, that was the Defense Advanced Research Center out at Area 51. However, at Buckley was the first place I was underground to where they had massive facilities, also with tunnels. And the radar systems was publicly to track space debris in our satellites. But in fact, it's come out over the years that they track everything, including what's commonly referred to as unidentified flying objects. So they are set up by the Air Force, and also NORAD gets the information. The North American Air Defense. And it was amazing to me that just how massive the facilities were, and the tunnels going between the different domes, and tunnels going off in different directions. And of course, I can't prove it, but there's rumors that Buckley feel some of their biggest tunnels, over 40 feet across, maybe 60 feet, go to the Denver airport, in which books have been written about all our underground facilities at Denver airport. So that was quite interesting.
Yes. And what year were you there and going in those facilities?
I believe it was around 71.
Right.
71, 72 time frame.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, we've got some of those geodesic domes. We have them at a place in the UK, well, there's probably several places, but one of the biggest, I think, is Menwith Hill, which is not far from where I grew up. You must have heard of that facility, because it is a US facility, if my memory serves me correctly. So, yeah, I've seen those myself, not of course, the underground things, but the above ground things. So obviously you'd worked in the facilities in Groom Lake, but another of the things that I think caused some confusion among people was S4, and you've got some information about that facility, which you originally were, had one conclusion about it, but I think you later came to understand something different. So if you tell us what you know about S4 and what you came to know about it.
Well, I didn't mention S4 in the book, but when I first went to Laughlin, I didn't know anything about UFOs. I hadn't read any UFO books. I mean, I just wasn't interested in it. I'd read science fiction, but not UFOs in anything in particular. So when I'm out there meeting all these people, and some of them have good credibility, like ex-pilots or scientists or whatever, and then there were others that were just absolutely tinfoil hat wearers that were crazy, or claimed to be abductees. And so, I mean, you had a whole mix. But the consensus was that some guy named Bob Lazar had talked about S4 at Papoose Dry Lake, which is south of Groom Air Base, having all these hidden facilities. And that when I mentioned I'd been at a underground facility called the Defense Advanced Research Center, that had to have been at Papoose, S4. So against my better judgment, when I gave my presentation, I mentioned S4, thinking that the DARC facility had to have been at S4, because I didn't know exactly where it was, because we went there at night and it was out in the desert. Well, I shortly realized after that S4 has always been a radar test site north of Groom Air Base at Tonopah.
Right.
The Air Force Base at Tonopah. Bob Lazar describes parking lots, improved rails, sidewalks, parking lot lighting, massive doors in the side of the hills, or actually he said mountains. Well, first of all, there's a number of satellite pictures of S4, and geologists have been out there, rangers have been out there, people that test flew drone aircraft have been out there. There's absolutely no evidence there's ever been any kind of facility at Papoose Dry Lake. Now, Papoose Dry Lake is not S4. S4 is a radar site in Tonopah. So Bob Lazar fabricated saying S4 was at Papoose Dry Lake because he had a relative that worked at Tonopah and talked about S4. So Bob, when he's concocting the story with John Lear, they make S4 be in this secret area where they had UFOs at Papoose Dry Lake.
Right.
So I made a mistake there by coming to the conclusion that all these people had to be right. Well, they were wrong, and as soon as I found out about it, every time I spoke about it afterwards, I said, no, there are no facilities of any kind at Papoose Dry Lake. There's no parking lots, there's no lighting, there's no sidewalks, there's no rails, there's no facilities built on the side of the mountains. So I felt kind of duped, but it was my own poor judgment is the reason I ever concluded that in the first place.
Yeah. Okay. That's understandable. If you only know, if you're making an assumption that somebody else is telling the truth, and it seems to sort of fit into part of your knowledge, then, you can easily get sucked into the lie, as it were. And so you mentioned there the DARC facility, and if you could describe, I think the DARC stands for Defence Advanced Research
Center.
And so that's what it is. And where, when were you working there? And, if you could tell us a bit more about it.
A few times during the period that I was TDY at the Groom Air Base, I was taken to a facility, and basically the bus pulled into what appeared to be the side of a hill. It was hard to tell because we're in a hangar, and when you looked out of the hangar, you could see the hills and some mountains in the distance. And you only got a glimpse of that because, the whole, and this was not unusual because at Groom Air Base, they have these platform elevators like you have on aircraft carriers that are massive. And you can, like on an aircraft carrier, you can take a big aircraft and take it several stories down into the aircraft carrier to work on it or arm it or repair it or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, this hangar I was in, which I later found out was called Defense Advanced Research Center, which is kind of a cool acronym, DARC. It's like DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. So it was DARC. And went down several stories, and we worked on some equipment, and then I talked to a couple of guys about the problems I was having at Groom Air Base, and it was nothing super surprising. In other words, it's not like I didn't discover some new phenomena or advanced technology, but the fact that they had this massive, I don't know how many stories it went underground, but I believe the elevator had 10 stories, 1 through 10 sublevels. And, however, I have been in buildings that you have to get off one elevator to go higher or get on one elevator to go lower, on another one. So at least there were 10 levels below ground. And from what I could see from the hallway, it was a damn big facility. Now, there's people that have helped me spend hours and hours and hours that they have on Google. And there's a couple of locations that are south and southeast of Groom Air Base. Because I felt like when the bus turned around that we were headed south or southeast. Now, when you're on a darkened out bus, for all I know, I could have been going north. We could have gone to Tonopah. The DARC facility could have been up at Tonopah at the facilities up there, or it could have been east out in the mountains somewhere. So I really don't know to this day where the facility was, but it was another highly classified facility in Area 51.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to think what might actually be there. You know, because I mean, I'm guessing there'll be other facilities as well, which of course you would have had no reason to be shown, or because you weren't working in, and it's all compartmentalized. So,
well, I guess I'm trying to think. Now that you mentioned it, what other places I was underground? Wright-Patterson Air Force Base has a lot of facilities that's underground. But the only time I was underground at Wright-Patterson is related to some electronic countermeasure stuff, and we went 3 stories underground. But other than Edwards, Area 51, Buckley Field, and Wright-Pat, off the top of my head, I can't remember being in any sub-levels anywhere else.
Ed, we talked earlier about your career, and you explained to me that you were the liaison to industry, and I wondered basically how that came about, that you started that role, and what did it entail?
Well, after I left Nellis Air Force Base, which you talked about previously, I ended up in Okinawa at Canadian Air Base, and during my 3-year tenure there, we fielded the F-15, F-16 fighter aircraft in Japan, Okinawa, and South Korea. So when I was ready to leave there, I was supposed to go to headquarters, Pacific Air Forces, PACAF, in Hawaii at Hickam Air Base, but there was a fight between Strategic Air Command, Tactical Air Command, and PACAF that all wanted me. So I got diverted to SAC for 1 year up at Plattsburgh Air Force Base, and while I was up there, we were establishing a top secret satellite communications command post on the base, and also Strategic Air Command. So while I was with Strategic Air Command at Plattsburgh, we were establishing a top secret satellite communications command post, both at Plattsburgh and also on the Canadian border. We had basically a secret field, so the B-52s, if we were attacked, the B-52s carrying nukes could deploy to isolated bases or runways. So then they came out with the F-111 replacement program, where they were replacing avionics and test equipment, and doesn't sound like a big job, but the test equipment program alone ended up costing the Air Force $500 million. So I ended up getting selected as originally the Strategic Air Command liaison to the depots, and which entailed going to different bases and different defense contractors, and also briefing the staff at Strategic Air Command and air staff at the Pentagon, and but during the first year, many times Tactical Air Command or Pacific Air Forces or U.S. Air Forces in Europe, safety, these other commands didn't have the expertise I had, so they just signed off on me representing them too. So after the first year, I was representing multiple commands, and it turned into I was pretty much the Air Force liaison to industry when it came to issues of avionics, test equipment, electronic countermeasures, some crypto systems, and some satellite communication systems. So it gave me access to all the latest programs, including black programs that were under development by the Air Force and the defense contractors, and a lot of the testing sites that were doing research and development and flight operation test and evaluation. So it was quite an experience there from 81 to 87 until I retired, having access to that many different systems under development and having kind of an inside look at everything. So it gave me a real understanding of the big picture of a lot of these classified programs, and some of them were funded by DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and others by other Air Force agencies. And in some cases, the CIA and the NSA were also involved in these programs, wanting to be part of these programs. So that's basically what I did the last 7 years that I was in the Air Force before I retired in '87.
And so that was the liaison position, was it, that you were, liaising with all these different companies, or?
Yes, and during this period, my boss was a 2-star general, a major general, Doran, and I basically, he's the only one I reported to, and it was a wonderful working relationship because he basically gave me carte blanche or a blank check. I'd go to defense contractors. Westinghouse was a prime example, and they had this vice president, I think his name was General Urban or something like that, and he threatened me and called General Doran and says, well, this guy's going to threaten, Ed Fouché threatened to shut our program down because we're over budget, behind schedule. General Doran told me, he says, well, if Ed Fouché wants to shut down your $300 million program, then we're going to do it. And he said, don't bother me anymore. Talk to Ed.
Wow.
Yeah,
so I mean, you sort of got into quite a position of influence by then for those areas.
Yeah, as a math sergeant, a senior math sergeant, I was filling a colonel slot. And, I had all these majors and lieutenant colonels and everything else coming up to me, asking me for advice or wanting me to copy them on my reports. And I was well known throughout the Air Force, especially in research and development and FOTNE. So I had quite a reputation that, it was all about business. It was all about taking care of the people in the field that had to use this equipment or fly the planes or repair it. I wasn't much for politics, and people wanted to do things for political reasons. I just wanted to protect our people in the Air Force that had to fly the aircraft and had to work on it.
Right. Ed, we mentioned the NSA quite a few times in our discussion, and I think perhaps some people underestimate the size. So how big would you say that the NSA is?
Even going back to when I was in the military, and it was even the name of the NSA, National Security Agency, was classified. You couldn't say it. The government and military made liars out of a bunch of us because we couldn't tell the truth to our spouses or girlfriends or family. But even back in the 80s, the NSA has more facilities, more land, more equipment, more personnel, and more influence on the next 12 intelligence agencies in the United States. In other words, more budget than the CIA, the FBI, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Reconnaissance Office. The 12 out of 13 agencies are surpassed by the budget and personnel and capability of the NSA.
Right, yeah. So I think a lot of people forget that, don't they, that how big it is. I mean, we're obviously hearing a lot more about the NSA now with, Bradley Manning and Ed Snowden and stuff like that, but, it still makes you wonder.
And now you know why I destroyed so many of my original documents, because I would have been back in the 90s when I came out and started disclosing, I would have been the Bradley Manning or Assange or Ed Snowden or one of those guys that would have been prosecuting and putting in Leavenworth.
Absolutely.
So I haven't put out classified documents.
1998, Ed made a number of disclosures at public presentations. At the same time, he also published a book which was called Alien Rapture, The Chosen, which was co-authored with Brad Steiger, a well-known speaker and writer. Here we discuss some of the main topics from the Alien Rapture book. Okay, so you'd got the book together and you'd done the presentation, and it was being published in, I think, mid-1998 was when it came out.
Yeah.
And also the title was, we've already discussed, was Alien Rapture, and that was Brad Steiger's title, but the subtitle is The Chosen as well. Was that part of his subtitle, or was that somebody else's idea, or?
I don't know if it was mine or Rebecca's or Brad's or our agent Bob Silverstein. Originally, like I said, I'd call it The Abductors. But somehow we came up with Alien Rapture, and then The Chosen was stuck on there as an afterthought for the fact that Joe Green's kind of chosen for a special purpose in the book, the protagonist.
Right. Right, and I'd like to talk a bit more about that probably later, but and one thing I heard you say on one of the other interviews was that after you released the book and you essentially told a lot of your story, well, both in the book and the presentation, and again I recommend that people watch the 1998 presentation because there's probably quite a lot in that we haven't really covered here, and there's quite a lot of dense information in that presentation, so it's worth stopping it and taking notes, as I tried to do. But I understand that somebody actually copied your story. His first name apparently was George, and he came out with a story which was either copied from yours or extremely similar to yours. I don't know if you could tell us any more about that, if you can remember any further details.
Well, quickly after I gave my first presentation to the UFOC, went public and disclosed, all of a sudden, I believe it's an Oriental guy, George, somebody, but George may not even be right, but all of a sudden he's talking about, he knows about the flying triangle, and he knows this, and he knows that, which paralleled my story, but he didn't come up with anything new. He was just basically copying my story. And then you get, strange people, including the guy that's the doctor that lost his license, Richard Borland. Yes, and then Richard Borland starts coming out, and he knows all about these classified avionics and electronics countermeasures and electrochromatic coding and quasi crystals and flying triangles and magnetic field disruptors, and so it just multiplies like rabbits. One person comes out with a story, and then all those guys on the UFO circuit, and that's why I refuse to continue doing that, is they just borrow other people's stories and make up more stuff just so they can write another book or get paid for another presentation. I mean, you don't get paid money anywhere for doing an interview, whether it's the news media or a TV series or a UFO conference. I mean, they will pay your expenses like travel and your hotel room and your meals, but you don't make money off it. So everybody's promoting something, such as a book. Usually everybody's promoting their latest book. But anybody that thinks you can make a living off of doing a UFO circuit doesn't have a clue.
Well, I think if you build up an audience and you want to make a living from doing it, you can. But it depends what your motivations are, doesn't it? And I think you and I are both the same in that our motivations are different. We don't want to make a living from doing this sort of stuff. It's just not the reason we're doing it. Okay, well, I'd like to try and go through, because I've got some questions having read the book. I read the book last week and tried to go through it quite carefully. It takes me quite a long time to go through books, really, to my own satisfaction. Now, again, I don't want to give too much of the book away, but in the first chapter you sort of go through the background of Joe Green, and you talk about Dreamland, Area 51, and so on. And you described this experience on the dive mission, which I think maybe we'll go on to later. But I think I think so that really sets up the character of Joe Green, doesn't it? The first chapter, and it's sort of somewhat similar to your own experience, but not the same. There's some things which are different.
No, actually, like I said, other than the alien agenda, Joe Green is patterned after my personality. I mean, in my work and travels and 2 divorces, because I was gone traveling so much. I was never at home during certain periods. Caused a lot of angst at times, depression. Other times I drank too much because of the depression. So yeah, Joe Green parallels a lot of my own emotional turmoil and the things I went through. He was also, seeking the truth about what the bigger picture was, such as myself. We had nightmares, which, I've had nightmares dealing with Vietnam and the fact that I've been injured to the point where I was DOA twice in my life. So, I mean, I guess I probably had a little more angst or anxiety in my life than most people.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that's described very well, I think, in the first chapter, and I think that sets the scene very well for how the rest of the story unfolds. And then in chapter 2, I think it kind of switches, you go straight into Majestic 12, and I know perhaps, hopefully, people know about Majestic 12 and this alleged group. And there's a meeting in Washington D.C. in the book, in the story, and I suppose and you have this other character, this patient John, who's a kind of a sort of UFO hippie type of character. He's interested in UFOs and a hippie type character, and there's this march, isn't there, that of activists going to Washington, and the meeting is set, and they're watching these activists in the street and cursing them a bit. But I was curious about some of the names in this chapter. General James Van Grouse, Admiral Michael Sullivan, former director of CIA, Eldon B. Neal, General J.A. Stewart.
Well, okay. Eldon Neal is based on a high-place defense contractor's character that worked classified programs as civilian. The Sullivan character was based on the personality of Colonel Sullivan, who I worked for at Nellis. And then Gerald was based on a character I met while I was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base from 76 to 79. And come to find out after a period of time, he basically was NSA, and he ran the different agents that checked up on people. I mean,
I see.
People that, for example, people that worked at Groom Air Base. He had access to their bank accounts, their phone calls.
Wow.
They were followed occasionally to see if they were cheating on their wives, or if they were using drugs, or if they had drinking problems. So, in other words, security risks.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
And Gerald, this took place over a period of time. I mean, I noticed the guy coming in there regularly, and late at night usually, or late in the evenings, and he seemed to be most of the time drinking club soda, and just kind of always seemed very curious about what was going on.
Yeah.
And I guess it was kind of slow one night. I went over, sit down, and I said, do I know you? Because you seem familiar. He said, you probably seem familiar because I come in here He said, but I know who you are. And so, yeah, you think you know me? He said, yeah, you're Edgar A. Fouché. You're a tech sergeant at Nellis Air Force Base. You work here and you do this and you work for Colonel Sullivan. And I'm kind of like, it's really bizarre, you know, somebody telling you they know something about you and you don't know who the hell they are. But over time, when I was at Mountain Home Air Force Base, I joined the Masonic Lodge because I had 3 friends that were Masons, and they're always helping out with this do things for the Shriners Circus and the Shriners Hospital, which are free, and they help children and everything from surgery to rehabilitation. And I thought that was something great, helping the children. And I didn't know anything about the Masons, and so I joined the Masons. I was only active for 2 years up at Mountain Home Air Force Base. When I went to California at Edwards, and when I went to Nellis, I never went back to the lodge after I left Mountain Home. So eventually I just quit paying my dues and dropped out. But he says, you're also a Mason. And then I realized he was wearing a Masonic ring. And I said, yeah. I said, I'm not much of a member. I said, I quit paying my dues and haven't been to a lodge, Masonic Lodge, since 72 or whatever it was, or 3. And then later on, as I got to know him more, he took me out to his car one night, and he's got this, it was some type of computer, but it looked more like in front of an oscilloscope, and the window on it was only like this big.
Wow.
Kind of like, what they call them, K-Pros or something, to where it did have a little keyboard, but it also, the computer screen, I guess if you even call it a computer screen, was like this big. But he typed in my full name or whatever, and then all of a sudden it's got everything, everywhere I ever lived, and where I was born, and my wife's name, and all my family's and relatives' names, and I mean, it had more information on me than I remembered about myself. Wow. So I was pretty amazed that, and he says, I could look up anybody in Nevada that has top secret clearance. I said, that's pretty amazing.
Wow. And that was early 70s, you say?
No, that was, I was at Nellis from 76 to 79, probably around, I'm guessing it was around 78 or 77. I don't remember specifically. Wow. I mean, what you have to realize is that if you count all the bases and defense corporations and black programs I worked on, I've been well over 100 places.
Yeah.
And trying to always remember what date, even what city,
what place. Yeah. It's a bit of a blur.
It all runs together.
Yeah.
And this was 35 years ago. So, I mean, you're trying to remember back 35 years. It all just kind of runs together in your head sometimes. So, I have made a few mistakes and contradicted myself. Not because I'm lying. I get confused like everybody else has got their head full of information.
Well, I mean, again, that you've explained there is a spy film sort of thing, isn't it? You know, but I guess that's what it was, because that's what it was like, at least at that level.
There was a lot of interesting things, some intrigue. There's a hell of a lot more that I'd like to talk about, but there's a limit. I mean, my sole intention was to get the information out there about technology that I think we need in the world, and the fact that we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on black programs, and it stays top secret until the Chinese or Russians come out with their own version, and it's lost to our own industry. We could create hundreds of thousands of jobs with the technology we have, but the military doesn't want to let go of it until, the Chinese or Russians or Europeans start producing it.
Yeah.
Which is a total waste of money and doesn't contribute to our society and doesn't help anybody.
Absolutely. Well, this is exactly what, I'm into as well, and one of the reasons why I'm sort of talking to you, These documents were given to Edgar Fouché by a friend called Dale and are in his book Alien Rapture The Chosen. Now, the original documents had some parts blacked out, and then these documents were retyped and some of the names were filled in and some of the missing parts were filled in by Brad Steiger. So I'm going to read through these documents now just as a point of reference. First document is the presidential order, which is an unnumbered order to or from President Ronald Wilson Reagan, brackets authorised by proxy. It's a revised charter for the Mars-Jupiter 12 Committee, February 14th, 1987. And it's marked Ultra Top Secret MJ12, Eyes Only, and then this particular document has 3 pages. Presidential Order, February 14th, 1987. By virtue of the authority vested in me as Chairman of the Mars-Jupiter 12 Committee, an ultra-secret committee established by President Truman, with full consent of the permanent voting members of the Mars-Jupiter 12 Committee, this presidential order by proxy is established and ordered as follows. 1. Charter. There is hereby established the strategic group of key government personnel called the Mars-Jupiter 12 Committee, referred to as MJ12, with authority to take action to the maximum extent possible in relation to foreign or alien data, materials, information, technology, artifacts and extraterrestrial biological entities, all hereafter referred to as foreign artifacts, which may bear upon the national security of the United States of America. Amendments to this charter and foreign artifacts, materials and information shall be classified to the highest levels available to the US government. The MJ12 Committee's actions and directives will be referred to as the Programme outside the MJ12 membership. The MJ12 Committee shall have sole United States governmental authority to direct each FA aspect or substance and to make such FA available to the President and or to each member of the MJ12 Committee and to such departments and officials of the government as MJ12 Chairman may determine, and to carry out, when requested by the MJ12 Chairman, such supplementary activities as may facilitate the securing of FA important for national security not now available to the government, and direct the acquisition, use, disposal, storage and research as deemed necessary for current and future national security of the United States. All US laws, regulations and directives are secondary to achieving these goals, not subject to the boundaries of the US proper, providing for the integrity of the US national security and protecting the sanctity of the US Constitution. Control. The several departments and agencies of the Government and Department of Defence as identified by the MJ12 Committee shall be notified by departmental directive to consider any FA as highly classified and alert the DoD Foreign Technology Division immediately on the occasion of any incidents, happenstance or encounter with FA. Directives will be developed by the MJ12 Committee, the DoD, the DIR, NSA and the President as determined by the MJ12 Chairman, detailing coordination, handling, transportation, isolation, quarantine, security, research, storage and disposal of any and all aspects of FA, make available to the MJ12 Chairman any and all such reports of FA or any other pertinent undefined requests relating to national security as may be requested from this date forward. Page 3 of 3. The MJ12 Committee Chairman has the authority to make any decision without regard to civil or federal law or take any action in order to provide for national security of the US. 3. Voting members. The Director of the National Security Agency, NSA, shall be the Chairman and the current President of the US the co-chairman, if the President is a member of the MJ12 Committee. The MJ12 Chairman has the authority to exclude unstable subsequent permanent members, including but not limited to the President of the United States. The MJ12 Chairman may appoint subsequent members to the MJ12 Committee, as may the committee by majority consensus. Each member must take an oath to the United States and swear to abide by this charter and the MJ12 Chairman's directives. and to further provide plausible deniability, deny culpability, action, association of, by and for this Charter to any and all outside of the permanent membership. Permanent voting members shall be selected from the highest ranks or positions from these various departments and agencies of the US government: President or Vice President (Executive), National Security Agency (NSA), Federal Bureau of Investigation, that's the FBI, Central Intelligence Agency (CIA), Secretary of Defense, as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff (DoD), Military Chief of Staff (Armed Forces), Chief Justice of the Supreme Court or Attorneys General Office (Justice). No elected official shall be appointed without a majority vote of the MJ12 Committee. Religious or spiritual leaders shall be forbidden membership. Non-voting members. Additional members up to 12 may be chosen by the same method for their appropriate political influence, skills or industry position as non-voting members. Non-voting members will not be privileged with information not directly needed to accomplish their intended goal, research or objectives previously delegated by an MJ12 voting member. Budget. Within the limits of such funds as may be allocated to the MJ12 Committee, the Chairman may employ necessary personnel and make provisions for supplies, services, facilities, equipment, and as needed to provide for national security in relation to the FA. Funding will be acquired from DoD black budgets and supplemented from the US Armed Forces intelligence and security programs at the discretion of the MJ12 voting members. Admiral Ellie A. Gerald, the Director of the National Security Agency, is hereby designated as permanent Chairman of the MJ12 Committee by presidential order by proxy. And so we have the signing at the bottom there. But the Ellie A. Gerald in this particular version is a fictional character. This is a second top secret MJ12 document, labelled Eyes Only, copy 1 of 1, briefing document Operation Majestic 12, prepared for President-elect Dwight D. Eisenhower, 18th of November 1952. Warning: this is a top-secret, eyes-only document containing compartmentalised information essential to the national security of the United States. Eyes-only access to the material herein is strictly limited to those possessing Majestic 12 clearance level. Reproduction in any form of or the taking of written or mechanically transcribed notes is strictly forbidden. Subject: Operation Majestic 12, preliminary briefing for President-elect Eisenhower. Briefing Officer Rear Admiral R.H. Hillenkotter, MJ12. This document has been prepared as a preliminary briefing only. It should be regarded as introductory to a full operations briefing intended to follow. Majestic 12 is a top-secret research and development intelligence operation responsible directly and only to the President of the United States. Operations of the project are carried out under the control of the Majestic 12 Magic 12 Group, which was established by Special Classified Executive Order CEO of President Truman on 20th September 1947 upon recommendation by Dr. Vannevar Bush and Secretary James Forrestal. See Attachment A. Members of the Majestic 12 Group were designated as follows: Rear Admiral R.H. Hillenkotter, Dr. Vannevar Bush, Secretary James Forrestal, Lieutenant General Nathan F. Twining, Lieutenant General Hoyt S. Vandenberg, Dr. Detlev Bronk, Dr. Jerome Hunsaker, Dr. Sidney W. Sowers, Mr. Gordon Gray, Dr. Donald Menzel, General Robert M. Montague, Dr. Lloyd V. Berkner. The death of Secretary Forrestal on 22nd of May 1949 created a vacancy which remained unfilled until 1st of August 1950, upon which date Louis A. Johnson was designated as permanent replacement. General Walter B. Smith replaced Rear Admiral Hillenkotter upon his reassignment to the Pacific 7th Fleet. On 24th June 1947, a civilian pilot flying over the Cascade Mountains in the state of Washington observed 9 flying disc-shaped aircraft travelling in formation at a high rate of speed. Although this was not the first known sighting of such objects, it was the first to gain widespread attention in the public media. Hundreds of reports of sightings of similar objects followed. Many of these came from highly credible military and civilian sources. These reports resulted in independent efforts by several different elements of the military to ascertain the nature and purpose of these objects in the interests of national security and national defence. A number of witnesses were interviewed, and there were several unsuccessful attempts to utilise aircraft in efforts to pursue reported discs in flight. Public reaction bordered on near hysteria at times. In spite of these efforts, little of substance was learned about the objects until a local rancher reported that one had crashed in a remote region of New Mexico, located approximately 75 miles northwest of Roswell Army Air Base, now Walker Field. On 5th July 1947, a secret operation was begun to assure recovery of the wreckage of this object for scientific study. During the course of this operation, aerial reconnaissance discovered that 5 small human-like beings had apparently ejected from the craft at some point before it exploded. These had fallen to Earth about 2 miles east of the wreckage site. 4 were dead and badly damaged due to the crash trauma, action by predators, and exposure to the elements during the time period which had elapsed before their discovery. A special scientific team took charge of removing these bodies for study. See Attachment D. Civilian and military witnesses in the area were debriefed, and news reporters were given the effective cover story that the object had been a misguided weather research balloon. A covert analytic effort organised by Lieutenant General Twining and Dr. Bush, acting on the direct orders of the President, resulted in a preliminary consensus, 19th September 1947, that the disc was most likely a short-range reconnaissance craft. This conclusion was based for the most part on the craft's size and apparent lack of any identifiable provisioning. See Attachment D. A similar analysis of the 5 bodies was arranged by Dr. Bronk. It was the tentative conclusion of this group, 30th November 1947, that although these creatures are human-like in appearance, the biological evolutionary processes responsible for their development has apparently been quite different from those observed or postulated in Homo sapiens. Dr. Bronk's team has suggested the term extraterrestrial biological entities, or EBEs, be adopted as a standard term of reference for these creatures until such time as a more definitive designation can be agreed upon. Since it is virtually certain that these craft do not originate in any country on Earth, considerable speculation is centred around what their point of origin might be and how they get here. Mars was and remains a possibility, although some scientists, most notably Dr. Menzel, consider it more likely that we are dealing with beings from another solar system entirely. Numerous examples of what appear to be a form of writing were found in the wreckage. Efforts to decipher these have remained largely unsuccessful. See Attachment E. Equally unsuccessful have been efforts to determine the method of propulsion or the nature or method of transmission of the power source involved. Research along these lines has been complicated by the complete absence of identifiable wings, propellers, jets, or other conventional methods of propulsion and guidance, as well as a total lack of metal components. See Attachment F. It is assumed that the propulsion unit was completely destroyed by the explosion which caused the crash. A need for as much additional information as possible about these craft, their performance characteristics and their purpose led to the undertaking known as the US Air Force Project Sign in 1947. In order to preserve security, liaison between Sign and Majestic 12 was limited to 2 individuals within the intelligence division of the Air Materiel Command, whose role was to pass along certain types of information through channels. Sign evolved into Project Grudge in December 1948. The operation is currently being conducted under the codename Blue Book, with the liaison maintained through the Air Force officer who is head of the project. On 6 December 1960, a second object, probably of similar origin, impacted the Earth at high speed in El Indio Guerrero area of the Texas-Mexican border after following a long trajectory through the atmosphere. By the time a search team arrived, what remained of the object had been almost totally incinerated. Such material as could be recovered was transported to the AEC facility at Sandia, New Mexico for study. Implications for the national security are of continuing importance in that the motives and ultimate intentions of these visitors remain completely unknown. In addition, a significant upsurge in the surveillance activity of these craft beginning in May and continuing through the autumn of this year has caused considerable concern that new developments may be imminent. It is for these reasons, as well as the obvious international and technological considerations and the ultimate need to avoid a public panic at all costs, that the Majestic 12 group remains of the unanimous opinion that imposition of the strictest security precautions should continue without interruption into the new administration. At the same time, Contingency Plan MJ 1949-04P/78, top secret eyes only, should be held in continued readiness should the need be to make a public announcement present itself. See attachment G. The document then lists a number of attachments A to H. A. Special Classified Executive. B. Operation Majestic 12 status. C. Operation Majestic 12 status. D. Operation Majestic 12 preliminary. E. Operation Majestic 12 blue team. F. Operation Majestic 12 status. And G. Operation Majestic 12 contingency. H. Operation Majestic 12 maps and photograph folio extractions. And we then go on to one of those attachments, which I think is attachment D. So this is Preliminary Analytical Report, attachment D, part B, section 3. Preliminary Autopsy of Extraterrestrial Biological Entity, brackets S, 5th July 1947, page 1 of 4. From Dr. Detlev Bronk, Chairman, National Research Council, Atomic Energy Commission, Medical Advisory Board, Physiologist, Biophysicist, to President Truman. Subject: Preliminary autopsy of unidentified cadavers, brackets multiple. Time of death 23:30 hours approximately. Date of death 4th July 1947. Place of death 45 miles northwest of Roswell, New Mexico. Time of preliminary autopsy 1600 hours, 5th of July 1947. Place: Roswell Army Air Force Base, Roswell, New Mexico. Purpose of this preliminary post-mortem examination is to determine the causes and manner of death, the origin of the entities, and the type of biological life form. Dr. Bronk is assisted by a noted forensic pathologist, Dr. Stanford, an Air Force pathologist, Major J.B. Johnson, Captain Miser, and Base Mortuary Affairs Officer and an anthropologist. Professor Frank Holden. Security personnel are stationed throughout the hospital and outside the operating room. Lieutenant General Nathan Twining, Commander of the Air Material Command at Wright Field, and Secretary of Defense Select James V. Forrestal are witnesses and will hand carry the report of the initial autopsy to the President of the United States. Unidentified debris of non-ferrous materials was discovered 75 miles northwest of Roswell by a local rancher, William Brazel, witnessed by his son and daughter. An early morning aerial search resulted in discovery of partially intact and severely damaged unidentifiable aerospace vehicle and unidentifiable bodies on 5th July 1947. An intelligence officer, Major Jesse A. Marcel, of the 509th Bomb Group Intelligence Office, was the first official of the government to recover the debris from the incident. Counterintelligence Officer Captain Sheridan Cavett of Air Intelligence T2 witnessed and assisted Major Marcel. Debris will subsequently be transferred to Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio, Sandia Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and classified location. The bodies appear identical in appearance, disregarding the damage sustained. One body appears to be undamaged, and the other four are severely damaged from the trauma of the crash, exposure, and predators. The cadavers support a disproportionately large cranium, appear to be Mongoloid Oriental by loose comparison. Each is clothed in what initially appears to be a garment made of a single piece of metallic material of unusual strength, yet retains pliability. No instrument available can cut or pierce the material. The material has a dull sheen and is silver in colour. 4 bodies have external dermal abrasions and carbonised areas around the face and cranium. The clothing on 2 of these bodies has separated it in sections that run along an undetectable seam from under the arm down to the feet. Another seam with partial opening runs from the neck down to the back to the buttocks. The bodies have been stored in a cooler at the base and transferred to the base infirmary for the post-mortem. The undamaged body is uncommonly warm to the touch. This is unusual since the other bodies are near freezing in temperature, and all bodies were removed from the cooler whose temperature is a constant 38 degrees Fahrenheit. Some sort of chemical action or reaction continues to take place in the undamaged body in order to produce an 89.3 degree Fahrenheit temperature. I have ordered each of the 4 damaged bodies to be placed in a hermetically sealed container and packed in dry ice for shipment to facilities more appropriate for examination. The undamaged body will be kept at 89.3 degrees Fahrenheit during shipment. No heartbeat or palpitation was observed, although some background noise or resonance can be heard through a stethoscope. No pulse or respiration can be detected. The bodies all weigh 56 pounds and the actual height of beings is 49.4 inches. The limbs are constantly tubular and no joints are discernible. The arms are 5.1 inches in circumference and the legs are 7.5 inches in circumference. The neck measures 10 inches and both the chest and hips measure 31 inches around, consistently from the torso down to the hips. The fingertips reach to where the knees should be, or mid-leg. The hands contain 4 long slender fingers with some webbing and no opposing digit, such as a thumb. Each fingertip has 4 bumps or wart-like projections with concave centres. Function unknown. The cranium measures 22 inches maximum and there is no discernible jaw or cheekbones. A thin crease 1.25 inches wide, much like a scar, appears where the mouth should be. The mouth cavity is tiny and does not appear to function as a means of ingesting food or communication. No ears are visible, but a small 3/4 inch diameter bump protrudes 1/8 of an inch where the ears should be. 2 small openings appear where the nasal cavity should be and no visible structure exists for a nose. The small inwardly tapered nasal openings are slightly less than 1/8 of an inch in diameter. The head is firm but slightly pliable and responds to pressure similar to the feel of a human without the skin being loose. The eyes are of particular interest. On the damaged bodies they are wide spaced, teardrop in shape, with the point being at the edge of the skull. The deep set eyes are without eyelids or eyelashes and the eyes are solid, deep, dark brown in colour. An opaque film of milky colour coats each eye. The undamaged body is different. A dark, coarsely textured, flat, black, seamless almond-shaped apparatus covers each eye with no apparent attachment points. For a lack of better description, eyeglasses or sunglasses comes to mind. Perhaps this apparatus is an aid to distance viewing, blocking harmful solar radiation, enhanced spectrum detection, low light or infrared vision, or some other unknown use. There are no visible sexual organs or genitalia or other differentiating exterior signs of sex or mating capabilities, nor are there urinary or rectal openings. The bodies are bereft of hair, bumps, scales, and the skin has a texture of fine cotton cloth of an ivory parchment colour. Tiny lines run horizontally from the head to foot, much like record grooves, but smaller, and are only discernible through a magnifying glass or microscope. Of peculiar note is the fact that the Secretary Forrestal reported a buzzing sound in his skull and severe migraine, like pain on each occasion that he touched the undamaged body. He is the only one in attendance that reported such phenomena. No digestive system, no gastrointestinal tract, no alimentary or intestinal canal, no interior reproductive organs or other recognisable organs are present. One large geo-organ is present. Cause of death, acute blunt trauma. Blood, colourless, viscous, liquid, oozing, which smells like ozone and ammonia. A more detailed scientific report will be made available to the Secretary of Defence and the President. The following report will address analysing fluids, materials, gases and biological structures and functions of these beings. Upon examination in person, it does not take a leap of imagination to realise that these beings are alien extraterrestrial biological entities. Acronym EBE should be used as an interim for security measures. A special committee headed by the Secretary Defence or a presidential appointee should be formed for the express purpose of determining the impact upon national security. I hesitate to speculate upon the impact to civilization, religion, government or individual sanity if this information is prematurely released. The highest security should be maintained by all involved. God help us all. To go back into the chapter on MJ12 and just, I mean, again, I don't want to give too much away, but a film.
No, I don't care about that.
Okay, well, there's a film shown on the TV, and it's of a very good quality film of a flying craft, and then another craft comes up next to it, and this is regarded as a security leak, and that's why MJ12 called this meeting. And I just wondered if this, this Exploring the Unknown program that's mentioned in the film clip, was that just a scenario that you came up with, or was it based on a real event where something was leaked in a TV documentary and you'd heard that, people had got, all excited about this or upset? Was there any, was that based on a real event, or?
There was two scenarios. One was for my group, thinking what would happen if we could actually get some pictures,
right?
Pleasant pictures of the triangle, and what if it was released to TV? Would anybody show it, or would everybody say, no, it's been phonied up or whatever? I mean, this is back before they had Photoshop. In fact, it was
digital imaging was very, rudimentary then. You couldn't really do much on a computer with images, on your desktop.
Well, even back then, the NSA was airbrushing film, so I mean, there wasn't computer technology
for them,
except maybe in the government at certain high levels. But we talked about that, and then I worked it in the book because a friend of mine that I've always called Dale, we met in 67 or 68. I've known him since the Vietnam conflict. And I'd periodically send updates to the book to my 5 friends. And then Dale got really interested in it. So I sent him a corrected copy that one of my friends had sent back. And I made the corrections, and I had this extra copy, so I mailed it to him. And it was a draft towards the final draft. He read it and found it very interesting and started talking to his dad, which I didn't know at the time, but had been career NSA. Mm. And he Dale says, well, I have a couple of documents, which I later found out that his dad gave it to him. And he says there's some stuff blackened out, some names and dates blackened out. He says, but I'll send it to you under the understanding that you never reveal where you got them. I said, okay, I can live with that. So he sent me a couple of documents, and the MJ-12 documents in question, 2 of them are Majestic 12. I had never heard of Majestic 12. I had no clue. One of them was the MJ-12 charter signed by proxy by Reagan, which, when you read it, you'll realize that somebody signed it for Reagan. In other words, whether you want to call it the secret government or the Bilderbergers or
whoever it was.
Whatever.
I mean, these are reproduced in the presentation, the 1998 one. You show them on the screen, and also they're reproduced in the book, so people can.
Yes.
And I'll try and put them in the video as well. So and I mean, it's really interesting because you later found out that this corroborated with some of the documents that had been released to other people. They had similar, or even the same document. I think
yes, in fact, I believe it was Brad Steiger, Jamie Shandera, Stanton Friedman. There are a group of people that released some of the first MJ-12 documents long before I got my documents. And Dr. Woods, has an archive of all the MJ-12 documents and goes in great detail trying to verify them and which ones are credible and which ones aren't. But in one of the documents, I believe it was signed by President Truman, which is also in the book. It's not a document I received. It had already been out there.
Yeah.
Brad sent me a copy of that because I kept telling Brad over the phone. I had to read it to him, and it was quite long to be reading over the phone. And he said, did you say attachment D? And I said, yes, attachment D. It deals with an alien autopsy. He said, well, that's mentioned in the Truman document. It says attachment D in the Truman document. It's already been verified as being true. So then Brad got really excited, and he's trying to explain to me everything he knows about Majestic 12. And I said, what are we going to do with it? I said, it doesn't fit the story. And he said, yeah, it does. He says, we can write how these people are talking about these documents and just put them in the damn story so people can read it.
Right.
The MJ-12 charter and the autopsy, and then have them discuss it a little bit, but at least the public will get a chance to look at what the documents say. Now, for the reason of telling a story, Brad knew who all the people were on the Truman document, like Dr. Detlef Bronk and all the other people. He said, well, this name has to be this name that's blacked out. He said, this name has to be that name. So there's a couple of names we plugged in. I threw his advice because he was the expert on the subject. Because you don't want to put a document with a bunch of blanked out stuff in a fiction story because people are going to go like, what? Because if people are really looking at the document in the story, it's not going to be blackened out.
Yeah, that's right. And then, again, it would be interesting to talk more about those, but, people can look at them. But I did have a quote from the book which I wanted to just read because I thought it was a really good observation. And he says, one of the people in the meeting, General Stewart, says, in the MJ-12 meeting, General Stewart also rose to the challenge. I'll fax our folks within the civilian UFO groups to start spreading the rumour that Blake Webster, who's one of the characters in the book, is a CIA agent. They love to spread that shit about each other. They're always denouncing each other in those groups. And that's exactly what happens. This is what I've seen and encountered. They'll you get all these talk about them being disinfo agents. And so any good information that comes out is coming out into that environment of basically mudslinging or shit throwing, whatever you want to call it.
No,
so
absolutely.
That helps the cover up.
I think some people have spent whole careers trying to debunk me. I mean, I've been accused of fabricating hundreds of documents, government documents, which is a felony, by the way, and I'd lose my pension and disability, you know, if I was caught doing one of them. So I'm not that stupid. I'm actually quite smart in certain areas.
You could say.
I've had people call me disinformation agent, accuse me of being an NSA agent, or working for some secret government group. For example, you know, I've said people wanted to get the story out there, and I've also said the government allowed me to get the story out there, and then they turn it around and they go like, oh, you're a disinformation agent putting out bullshit for the government. And I said, no. I said, I'm an information agent.
Yeah.
I said, I knew exactly what I could get away with, and the government let me do it, because there's a large faction of the government and the military that does want the truth out there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. I've heard other people saying the same thing. And then just another little question on the Reagan Charter, which I think I'd had this question, but then it's answered from working through previous material or other material that you know I've got from you. Yeah, the Reagan Charter, it says Mars Jupiter 12 at the top, doesn't it? The Mars Jupiter 12 committee, and I think you said in another interview that Mars Jupiter 12 bit that had come from Brad Steiger, because I think I don't know what it said on your document instead of Mars Jupiter. Did you say MJ12 on your document, and then Brad thought it was Mars Jupiter? If you could explain that part.
Well, it's kind of perplexing, actually. I had the documents, and then they weren't original documents. They were copies, obviously.
Yeah.
And they were retyped. And when I was talking to Dale, he says, well, these documents are all marked top secret. MJ12. Now, I don't know if the Mars Jupiter came from Dale or his father or Brad.
Right.
I don't remember, because before I went public, I destroyed everything I had that might be a classified document where they could arrest me for it.
Yeah.
So obviously I don't have the originals, and I'm actually still glad I don't. But I mean, I've heard Majestic 12. I've heard Majestic Jehovah.
Right.
And that's where we ended up calling the aliens Jexava, which is basically Jehovah with a X in it.
I was going to ask you that as well. Yeah. So that's interesting.
And then there's other people like Sitchin, who's written about the 12th planet, and there's possibly there was a planet between Mars and Jupiter, and it exploded, and that's where the aliens came from originally, and that's why they use Mars Jupiter. So I mean, there's no evidence to explain exactly why the government chose MJ, R12, or Majestic 12. Now, a lot of people say the 12 stands for 12 people.
Yeah.
The 12 people on the secret government that Eisenhower warned of. Other people say it has to do with the 12th planet that Sitchin wrote about.
Yeah, we don't really know.
So there's a lot of speculation in there. However, having worked with contracts, statement of work, specifications, proposals, and been recognized government ease or government speak, when I read that, and I reread it several times because I didn't know what the hell I was looking at, because I knew nothing about Majestic 12. When I read it, I remember thinking to myself, this is exactly how the government would have written this. Exactly. It's covered all the bases. It's well thought out. So if it's not the Majestic 12 Charter, if there is a Majestic 12 Charter, it's going to be quite similar, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, I mean, obviously with the circles that you've moved in and the sorts of documents you've been reading for all those years, you're going to know from reading it, the vocabulary, the style, even the formatting, perhaps, you're going to know that it looks, everything points to it being authentic. An authentic document. Well, but again, people can study those documents for themselves, and they are available and worthy of some good study, I think.
Well, one of the, I don't know if it's ironic or what you'd call it, but when I was at Laughlin, Dr. Woods, who spent his whole career working for McDonnell Douglas and actually studied UFO propulsion system and has admitted to it, has great credibility. Some of the best credibility.
Some of his documents were leaked to me personally. I got some of his documents from the 1960s, and I could tell you a story behind that, because apparently what happened was somebody moved into a house which was owned by one of Bob Wood's associates and found some documents in a barn, and they thought, oh, these look quite interesting. And then they sold them on eBay for $31, and the person who bought them contacted Grant Cameron, and Grant contacted me. Grant's in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and we published them. So we've got 200 pages of Douglas aircraft documents, some of which were written by Bob Wood, and they're on my website, and they've been on my website for about 5 years. So yeah, we've got the documents that he and others wrote about their investigations into the propulsion systems. There's even a 60-page presentation that he gave to somebody, and that's all in there. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, is it Robert Woods?
Bob Wood with no S.
Yes, he has a lot of videos on YouTube. I've watched quite a few of them, but he's one of those people that I give great credibility to. I don't think he's disinformation in any way, but his son was at the IUFOC, and I had the documents, and I said, I hear your father's investigating Majestic 12 documents. And he said, yeah, or yes, or whatever. And I said, well, I've got a couple of documents here that one's a MJ-12 charter, and the other is attachment D, the alien autopsy. And I said, would you like them? And he says, not particularly. And I said, well, I think it might be relevant. And he said, no. And he said, excuse me, I've got somebody waiting for me. Have a good day. Walk off. And it almost felt like he was being rude, or maybe he just thought I was some crazy guy or something. I don't have a clue.
It's strange. You would have thought that he would have contacted you afterwards, even if he hadn't known who you were on the day. You would have thought that he would have contacted you since to kind of apologise, or that is quite unusual.
Well, maybe it's just the simple fact that they wanted something that looked like an original document, and I didn't have the original document.
Maybe.
I mean, I personally don't know, but you'd think over the years that Dr. Wood would have called me up and go like, hey, how'd you get this information?
He would, and it's very peculiar how these things work sometimes. And certainly I'll say that, when I first heard about what you'd said, I didn't know that you'd also, I think it was only when you'd kindly directed me to a copy of Alien Rapture and I started reading through it, it was only then that I realised that you'd actually, you'd also spoken about the MJ-12 documents, because I didn't even know that you'd actually I'd mainly come across your work because of the TR3B and the Flying Triangle and the associated technology. I hadn't realised that up until reading Alien Rapture that you'd even got the documents through a friend. So it was quite a surprise to me, actually, even though I didn't say so earlier on. Okay.
Well, one of the interesting things was being new to the publishing world and thinking I was never going to get an agent, because I'd contacted at least 100 and sent them the first 3 chapters, a synopsis, cover letter, the whole 9 yards. every year I would take a copy of the book and I'd file a copyright, send it to the copyright office, file a copyright on it. And the first few times I did it, it was called The Abductors, as I've stated before.
Mm-hmm.
So I can actually prove that I wrote about the geo organ and the removable eye lenses that Colonel Corso talked about, and even the, whether you call it a remake or a fake alien autopsy film by Santilli, I was the first one to actually have proofs that I talked about that before anybody else.
Anybody else? Yeah, that was because that was around about 1994, wasn't it? That you'd got that document.
Yes.
Which was 2 years before the Santilli film, you know, sort of made all those waves around the world.
Disinformation in case the real film came out, and after the planned debunking of the Santilli film, if it did ever surface, people go, oh, there's another fake alien autopsy film, which was a brilliant move.
Yeah.
Because if it did leak out now or after Santilli, people would say that. They'd say, well, that's phony too.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course we had the 2006 movie, we discussed this a little bit a couple of days ago, which I think was made mainly in Britain actually, because Ray Santilli was a Brit, I think, the guy that broke the story of the film. He was a British guy, and I think he sold his story to turn it into a film script and a screenplay. And one can imagine that Hollywood was briefed on that as a project as well to help keep that, in the realms of kind of dodginess. And at the end of that film, if people haven't seen it, the 2006 film, there's a brief clip shown, I think it's about a minute or 90 seconds long, of what appears to be an airfield and a lot of soldiers, and the film is very, very badly degraded, but you can actually see the impression of something lying on a gurney or a stretcher being carried across the airfield, and it is certainly quite an interesting piece of film, isn't it? I don't know whether because I don't know whether you watched that the other day when we spoke of that, and what your thoughts about that were at all.
I don't know. I don't even know if Santilli was hoodwinked, or if Santilli was part of the disinformation process. I don't know. But the follow-on movie you're talking about is almost a spoof to me, kind of making fun of how the whole process happened.
Yeah.
But that's not the truth either, because that's a script, more of a comedy debunking movie about the Santilli film. So I think it's also put out there to discredit any information that may come out, such as the attachment D autopsy, which you're going to put in this, or it's also available other places on the internet.
That's right.
So I think the whole process with this alien autopsy, since the attachment D and the fact that they misplaced or lost or somebody stole some of the original autopsy footage, everything since then has been for disinformation.
I agree. I wanted to just tell you a little bit from my perspective now on what we've just been talking about, because it's triggered off a few things in my own, understanding of things, which I'll try and convey to you, because we talked about how the disinformation with the alien autopsy film has been, manufactured and so on. And there's a chap that we know in the UK who used to work for the UK police, the British Transport Police, and he's called Gary Heseltine. He has started up a magazine that he's called UFO Truth, and he started an online magazine. He started it earlier this year, and he's tried to get together some of the sort of serious research. It's not a debunking magazine, you know. He asked me to write an article for it, which I did. I wrote him a 3,000-word article about Wilbur Smith, the Canadian, which I could talk about to you, but anyway, that's separate. Anyway, so Gary's launched his magazine. He's trying to cover his expenses for doing it. He's not trying to make a lot of money out of it, but he's trying to, make it as a going concern. And then about a month after Gary had asked me to write for this magazine, I got another email from a chap called Philip Mantle. You ever heard of Philip Mantle?
No.
And why I mentioned that is Philip Mantle wrote a book to debunk the alien autopsy film. And I've got an audio of him as well talking about that. But Philip Mantle's also launched this online UFO magazine, which is in direct competition to Gary's magazine. It looks a lot better than Gary's. Gary's is kind of a bit homespun, and Philip Mantle's magazine looks a lot better. You can see where I'm going with that. So what we've discussed there about the film, and particularly what you were saying there about it being a spoof and that. There's a chapter in the book, Ed, called Joe's Search Begin, and as we've already discussed, the character of Joe Green is based on you heavily, and there's a few characters that you describe in the story, and I'd like to ask some questions about some of the characters. And one of the ones we discussed very briefly a few days ago when I spoke to you was Red Redding, and this is the mining prospector who seems to be poking around Area 51. And he claims to be just an innocent miner, but actually he's trying to find out more about what's going on. So how did this character come about, and who was the person that he was based on, if he was based on a real person? So I just wondered if you could tell us about that.
Well, Red, the prospector, was based on a prospector that used to once in a blue moon come into the Silver Dollar Saloon, an old crusty guy, kind of like out of the old West, and drank straight bourbon, and I always find older people or unique people interesting. And we had a few conversations. He'd say he'd been all over Nevada and California and Arizona prospecting in his lifetime. It was hard to tell his age because he was so weathered. He looked like he almost had alligator skin or something from being out in the sun for probably 50 years, but I imagine he was in his mid-60s, but he looked like he was 85. And, but he was very articulate, and he basically dropped out of society after the Korean War, and just prospected and found enough gems or crystals or bits of gold or whatever, to get by on. I mean, for all I know, the guy could have been a millionaire and just loved being out in the desert with his Jeep or his donkey or whatever. And so the story was loosely based on a real person.
But that was more.
It was quite a character.
It wasn't that he was trying to find out secret stuff about Area 51, or was he trying to find out secret stuff about Area 51? Or don't you know?
Well, the only thing he ever mentioned is he said he'd been across many classified areas, and that the military wasn't very friendly when he was out there prospecting, and he'd had some run-ins with them, but that's pretty much it.
Right. Yeah.
So I needed a vehicle in the plot, a person that would be out in the desert. And like every human being would have a level of curiosity that maybe he wanted to reveal some of the things that he saw out in the desert that was very classified. Mm. And in order to expose some of that information, Red Redding was the prospector was that vehicle in order to accomplish that.
Okay, that's great. So the next character that comes into that chapter is Carlton Farr, and I heard you describe a little bit about Carlton Farr in another interview that you did, and I think his real name was Carlton Parr.
Well, the funny thing is Farr and Parr, there's like 7 or 8 different spellings in Texas. So I'm not sure if it's German or what the lineage is. I angered a bunch of Farrs and Parrs in San Antonio because they all thought I was talking about them, and
yeah,
got some really saucy emails. But it was literally based on several people. One was an engineer, one was a scientist that worked at Southwest Research, another was a guy that had worked for General Dynamics, and the guy that worked for GD was just very steeped in history and liked to discuss things like evolution and the possibility that our DNA had been messed with purposely at some point, and that we had technologies in the past from different civilizations that he believed in. So a lot of that information about mind control and the history of the aliens and the possibility of genetic manipulation with the DNA of humans and Neanderthals, that came from those 3 people. So that specific instance wasn't one person; it was a composite.
Composite character, yeah.
And again, right. A lot of people are based on single real people. And in other cases, like Owen McKeon was based on 2 different people on the boat dive scene in the East China Sea. So, in order to get the technology and the science and even the possible intervention in our civilization, in order to get that information out to the people that don't read nonfiction books, Brad and I subtly wove it into the plot so people could talk about it in the plot.
Right. Okay. And there's just again, next chapter in the book, Silver Dollar Respite. I was intrigued by this paragraph, which I'm going to read out. I'll just read it out anyway. It says it's discussing the Area 51 security because they're talking about problems with people getting into Area 51 and finding things out. And the character of Joe describes in some detail the characteristics of a particular surveillance satellite. And it says the solar-powered TR3B stationary high orbital reconnaissance electro-optical satellite, SUROS, was a computer-linked telescopic system that utilized solid-state CCD array sensors to scan and to provide real-time infrared and visible wavelength images of objects of less than 2 inches, even through heavy cloud cover and darkness. Real-time data was provided by a burst laser encrypted compressed digital signal transmitter, that's a black DST, and the ground-based computers at Nellis and Groom facilities received surveillance, acquisition, tracking and assessment data that tracked movement by type, speed, direction, size, mass and infrared signature for the western United States. What made the SUROS unique was that the data transmittals could not be intercepted by anyone outside of Area 51 because the laser transmitter and other unique provisions of the system because of the laser transmitter and other unique provisions of the system. SUROS allowed the operator to differentiate between a rabbit and a coyote, to read tail numbers off aircraft and to identify license plate numbers on ground vehicles. The surveillance system's only weakness lay in areas experiencing severe weather-related electrical disturbance. Even that single flaw was a fluke or FLUC, something of a bad joke inside the NSA Special Operations arena. NSA operatives had switched the Hubble's 94-inch light-gathering mirror at NASA with one that had failed the manufacturer's quality control, along with a space fuzzy logic Unix computer, FLUC. They needed it for the Shoros satellite. The mirror was perfect, but the FLUC was flawed. So I wondered, how much of those details are accurate, and whether there is such a satellite, or whether you were just kind of extrapolating from what you knew, the sorts of things that would.
No, it's funny, but every bit of it's absolutely true and can be verified now. Couldn't back then, but it's based on two things: the keyhole satellites built by the NSA, keyhole 9, 10, 11. 12, they don't call them keyhole anymore. They've changed the name because people became too familiar with them. But the satellite's capabilities back in the mid-90s was that accurate and that up to date. It was just absolutely true. And like I said, over the years, William Banford, who wrote The Puzzle Palace, and other insiders in the NSA have talked about the keyhole satellites. Plus the fact that I had seen the transmitter and computer system on the ground, which we talked about earlier at Groom Air Base. I was up there to work on. It was just a matter of putting together all the different things I knew and a few inputs here and there from my friends that it's very accurate, and you can actually look up keyhole satellites and do some other searches, and you'll find out that in the mid-90s, that's exactly the technology we had.
Wow. And I think one of the things we can say at this point is you've actually produced an updated version, haven't you? And we're going to hopefully make that available soon in some form. I think that's what we'll do.
Yes, what I've done is I've restored the full-length book, which the original publisher had cut 40% out of, and it's been restored. A number of errors have been corrected, and it was Brad Steiger's favorite version of the book, and my wife's and myself and all of our friends that read the different drafts. So it'll be made available through a ebook.
Great. Okay then, Ed, so there was a chapter called No Man's Land in the book, and within this chapter you're talking to the Red character, or the Red character is telling some of his story, and I'll read out just a short portion. Red had witnessed the most gruesome sight of his life when he was detailed to help search for survivors of a B-29 bomber that had gone down after frantic communications were received that they were being attacked by a large bright light. But the crew, Red, would never forget what had happened to the men in the ill-fated bomber. Although they were still sitting in their safety harnesses, they had all been mutilated. Their anuses had been cored out of their colons, corkscrew patches of skin had been sliced from their necks and jaws. Their eyes and genitalia had been removed by extremely precise surgery, yet not one drop of blood had been spilled anywhere. Nor was any trace of blood left in their bodies. So I just wondered where this story had come from, if anywhere, and what was why was it included at this point?
It was background on Red to get a better understanding of what motivated him. But my co-author Brad Steiger had written and published 140 or more books at the time. I think now he's up to about 170 books. He's a worldwide authority on paranormal and UFOs and abductions, and he basically told me the story about the aircraft and people being mutilated. So we put that in a book. But Brad was had some pretty strong feelings that he believed it was that type of incident had actually happened and had been reported.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I've come across in some of the research I've done as well. I've heard there's a story which was originally told by Tony Dodd. It's not that story, but it's another, sort of horrific case of the human mutilation. Okay, so I think, the next chapter introduces the MD Crawford character, which we haven't really talked about so far. And he's this guy who works for the NSA, and he's kind of a paid patriotic assassin. And I just wondered, if this character was based on somebody that was real.
MD Crawford was based on a real character I've known I first met him over 40 years ago. And he was a sniper in the military, been to Vietnam numerous times. For some reason, I don't know why, he got out of the military and went to work for the NSA. And basically, he was a hired assassin. I have no reason not to believe his stories because, like I said, I knew his family, and I knew him since he was basically 20 years old or whatever. And he tells stories all the time, which we adapted all these stories to the book. And his real name is Mike Crawford. In the book, he's MD Crawford. But the guy, if he's alive, still exists. I haven't heard from him several years, but when we were finishing up the book, one day this stranger calls, and Rebecca picks up the phone, and she says, hello, and this male voice says, who are you? She says, I'm Ed's wife, and he uses an expletive, and he says, I didn't know he was married. And she said, can I ask who's calling? And he says, no. So she comes in there on the extension saying, you got a call, and I don't know who it is. And so I recognized his voice instantly, so I told her to stay on the phone. And after just a couple of minutes, her jaw went from being a little bit ticked off to, just totally blown away, because I'm sure when we were writing this book early on, she thought a lot of it was just pure fiction. But Mike had called, and he says, are you going to use my real name in the book? Because he wanted me to. And I said, no, the publisher, the lawyers won't let us do that. And I said, for God's sake, why would you want people to know your real name after some of the stuff you have done? And he says, because I want my daughters to know, because I was a proud patriot. And his attitude always was about, whether it was wet work or assassination or whatever, his attitude was, I'll do whatever the government wants me to do, and they obviously have a reason. If I don't do it, somebody else is. He really considered himself a super patriot, and who am I to question that?
Well, this is how some people operate, isn't it? So, very interesting.
The problem with super patriots is they can be manipulated or used. I've seen situations where one faction of the government had one objective, and another faction of the government with the equal power had an opposite objective, and they actually worked against each other. Just like the faction of the government that I know wants to get the truth out there and allows people like me to talk. There's another faction of the government that doesn't want the information about aliens or UFOs out there, and would probably like to put me in prison or an insane asylum. And there's tens of thousands of government paid trolls that get on websites and any form of media they can to discredit people that actually have information with credibility.
Yeah, and we'll probably talk about that a bit more later, but that's absolutely true. And I think tens of thousands is probably, well, to me sometimes it seems like an understatement, but tens of thousands is something like that. one of the other chapters called The Two Greatest Conspiracies Ever, and this is where start the discussion of the Sumerians and the civilization that started there. And, it's mentioned that the Sumerians believed that there were 12 planets, including one between Mars and Jupiter. I was quite interested to read about that because I've read about that elsewhere. And it's, what you'd written in this part was very similar to what I'd read elsewhere. But then I was quite interested to hear this remark from the Carlton Farr character. The two greatest conspiracies conducted by church and state have to do with the suppression of all the evidence of ancient gods, quote unquote, and their involvement in the creation of humankind, and the fact that these so-called gods have returned. And so, what made you think to put this in the book? Was this something you'd sort of been researching as well, along with your own, or was it spoken of by your contacts, or was it another source?
Through research and talking to people like Dr. Farr and Brad Steiger, it became obvious at some point that it seemed like historically out of nowhere in the cradle of civilization, the Sumerians in the Middle East, all of a sudden they had roads and aqueducts and libraries and math and science, agriculture, organized agriculture and husbandry, and it was just almost overnight.
Yeah.
This massive, well-educated civilization appeared, and historically it's a real anomaly. And most people don't realize that there are literally tens of thousands of clay tablets left over from the Sumerian civilization almost 6,000 years ago, documenting this, and the Sumerians all believed that their civilization, their very existence, was created by people from space, a higher form of intelligence from space.
Yeah,
so this has all been documented, and of course, all you got to do is watch Ancient Aliens and some of those other shows, do some research, and you can see there's just a plethora of artifacts and documented evidence going back 6,000 years.
Absolutely. Well, I absolutely agree, and I was interested to find that sort of discussed in the book at some length. Okay, so I think going through, and then so there's a chapter called The Killing Room, and within that there's two of the characters are talking. The Agabar character, who's the kind of the Inquisition guy, the torturer. He states in his character that MJ12 is above the NSA in authority, and I just wondered, what your thoughts are about an authority above the NSA, and did you have any thoughts on that?
Well, at first I wasn't sure of the Majestic 12 or MJ12 group, but there's been so many documents that have been discovered by people like Brad Steiger, Jamie Shandera, Stanton Friedman, Dr. Wood, that have been authenticated, and some have even been found in the National Archives. So obviously at one point there was a group that controlled all the information and artifacts dealing with alien vehicles or even the aliens themselves. But it's probably most likely not called the Majestic 12 anymore. And if you look at the Truman document, for example, MJ12 document, you'll see there are some of the best scientists and also most powerful men in America. So no doubt if there was and there is obviously a secret government that pulls the strings. That's why I don't believe in a two-party system anymore. I think there's a corporate system, and they play both parties. And but there's got to be a group that's calling the shots. And it would be obvious. It'd be obvious you'd have somebody like Eli Gerald in the book, the ex-director of the NSA. You would have people like that on the board or on the committee.
Yes, that makes sense to me as well. Yeah, yes, answered that question. But so Farr agreed enthusiastically. This is one of the quotes from the next chapter. I'm here to help you. The planet existed at one time in ancient prehistory between Mars and Jupiter, where the asteroid belt now lies, and it is very probable that Mars served as a temporary home base for the aliens before they visited Earth. So I was interested, on your thoughts again about this possible, additional planet that was in the solar system and now isn't. Any thoughts on that?
Well, it is a scientific theory. It's one of several. There's proponents, scientists that believe that at one time the asteroid belt was part of a planet because there's so much massive amounts of debris that might have been a planet about the size of Mars, between Mars and Jupiter. Some people even hypothesize that MJ stood for Mars, Jupiter, the 12th planet. That's another hypothesis. But if not a 12th planet, then other people think that at one time there was a civilization on Mars. And if you look into the massive amount of Mars anomalies and the artifacts that haven't been airbrushed, that have slipped through the screening process from NASA and JPL airbrushing everything or deleting pictures from public view, you can almost convince yourself that there was a civilization that either lived on a 12th planet between Mars and Jupiter or actually had a civilization on Mars.
Yeah, I mean,
for decades they've known there's microorganisms on Mars, and they've known there's water on Mars. But for decades they've been telling us there's no water on Mars, it's uninhabitable, and there's no microorganisms. And now they're telling us, oh, well, yeah, we were wrong. Well, I think
to our presentation on that, yeah.
I not only think they were wrong, I think they lied about it and covered it up all these decades.
One of the things that's mentioned in the book briefly, sort of in passing, is the weapons development that's gone on in Area 51. And, obviously in that area, in the Nevada area, there was a lot of nuclear tests, which I think we've already mentioned. But what about other weapons testing? Is that something you ever became aware of? Weapons testing that went on there with exotic weapons of any kind? Or was that something that, you didn't really have any specific information about?
Well, like I said, people that live in Nevada call it the conspiracy state. The old Atomic Energy Commission set off a couple hundred nukes, I think about 160 above ground and probably another 50 below ground. That's the most irradiated and contaminated state in North America too. But yes, I was involved in several black programs, and some of them later came out as productions, like the F-117. There were others that I might be able to talk about next year, because I had a 35-year basically commitment not to talk about certain things, and they'll come up when I'm 66 next year. I mean, not next year, but actually next month. And a lot of people ask, well, how could you have told all these things that you've told and them not kill you or lock you up somewhere? The matter of fact is that during that emergency where they needed somebody to come up there and maintain and repair the satellite and crypto gear, I had a top secret clearance. I also had a crypto clearance, crypto access and training. They didn't ask me to sign anything. So yeah. I guess they just assumed, since I already had a top secret clearance and already signed documents relating to other stuff, that I was covered, but it fell through the cracks. Somebody dropped the ball. Yes. So my experience at Groom Air Base that I talk about, and other things I talk about, I was under no specific oath. However, talking about other black programs, I did sign secrecy oaths and other documents, debriefings, and I haven't talked about them. Or I've only alluded to them when they become slightly public, and then I can talk more about them.
So the question I'd had was about the Los Alamos, because that's something I've had great interest in, because I've come across that several times in my research. So in this chapter it says, The remains of the alien space vehicles were taken initially to Los Alamos for the simple reasons that they had developed the A-bomb. They were closest to the crash and they could provide the necessary security. The materials, debris and later some of the vehicle's pieces were taken to Wright-Patterson, or Wright Field as it was called then, and the bodies were never taken to Wright-Patterson. Of course all these stories vary from what I've heard about where the bodies and stuff was taken, but I'd not heard that Los Alamos was involved with the Roswell crash. So what is your thoughts on Los Alamos being involved in the Roswell crash and the recovery and the, dealing with the materials and so on?
From my investigations over the last couple of decades, it definitely appears like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, and Carswell Air Force Base, Fort Worth, Texas, which is now closed, is where the majority of the materials from the crash saucers went. However, there were certain elements, either they were radioactive or they were unknown fluids or gases or traces of fluids or gases, that part of it was taken to Los Alamos because they had the scientific equipment in order to analyze those elements and materials.
Okay, right, yeah, that makes more sense to me now then. And then one of the later chapters called General's Inquiry, I think it's just good to get this context. There's a quote from this. Kingsley discusses interaction with a scientist who is working on Project Wells, a supercomputer analysis designed to assess the effects and reaction of a culture if the existence of a higher intelligence should be discovered. It's also highly classified and under the control of an unnamed secret agency. I just wondered sort of what that comment was based on.
Well, basically, we've had supercomputers, or the NSA has. I mean, they've got like 100 acres of underground computers at different facilities, including Fort Meade and the Phoenix facility and other facilities. The NSA is such a key mover. Most people don't realize that when Truman created, I believe it was Truman in 1941, created the CIA and the FBI, he also created the National Security Agency. And the CIA was supposed to investigate overseas people and people in America that communicated with people overseas if they seemed to be a threat. And the National Security Agencies was for internal threats and tracking people and information and make sure classified stuff wasn't revealed or certain Americans weren't plotting against America on American soil. But over the years, it's obvious from what's come out in testimony that the CIA has meddled quite often in America as opposed to their charter, and the NSA has meddled in affairs around the world as opposed to their charter and their original intention. So the NSA has, without a doubt, has had the most advanced computers going all the way back to the 60s. Like I said, they have acres of underground computers and supercomputers. It's just, it's incredible. They would delay corporations releasing breakthrough technology. They would hire the best scientists and engineers and material scientists available to work for the NSA to develop and keep the NSA's technology 20 or 30 years ahead of the rest of what was commercially available.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think also we discussed the Brookings Institution report, and that being, they tried to assess the effect of the disclosure of the reality of extraterrestrial civilizations and so on. That was done in the 60s, wasn't it, the Brookings Institution report?
Well, actually, there were several studies done, in fact, multiple studies by the RAND Corporation and the Brookings Institute and other studies that basically the quote Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the truth. In other words, their conclusion is that civilized people, especially Americans, because of our infrastructure and constitution a lot of people believe was based on Christian faith, that it would destroy our faith and therefore destroy our society. So that was the number one reason they didn't think we could handle the truth and covered it up. But over the ensuing years and decades since then, there's been uncountable atrocities, probably murders, people disappearing, people locked up in prisons or institutes. I mean, there's been so many crimes committed as part of this cover-up, keeping the information from us, that there's actually hardly anybody that was in charge of committing these crimes and unconstitutional acts that wants to be held accountable.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also in this chapter, there was just the other thing on that same page was, it says the Research and Engineering Division of the NSA has picked up numerous transmissions along the 21-meter wavelength band. Kingsley answered. According to a friend of mine in the Foreign Technology Division, who's a member of the NSA's Dundee Society, the NSA began picking up alien transmissions in 1972. Again, I was just curious to know, where that sort of story had come from.
I had contact with people that told me stories. In fact, what kind of proves some of it is the Foreign Technology Division, as it mentioned even in classified documents, some related to the Majestic 12 or MJ-12 group, about the Foreign Technology Division at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, or FTD. And then if you look at the MJ-12 charter I received, it's in the book, it calls aliens and UFOs foreign artifacts. So I think not only did the Foreign Technology Division analyze and reverse engineer our enemies' weapon systems and aeronautical systems, but at some point they started analyzing and reverse engineering alien technology.
Yeah, so it's all part of the sort of tracking and reverse engineering of anything to do with alien technology then?
Yes.
So at the end of the book, the character of Joe Green, he kind of, without giving away the story too much, he kind of sort of turns into, it's not exactly a messianic figure, but it's kind of like that. I mean, if people read it, they'll understand my description, I think. So I just wondered, where this idea to end the story like that, and don't get the wrong idea about this, folks. It's very interesting, and I like the way this was written. I was very interested in it. But I just wondered where this sort of idea had come from.
The idea of the Jexava, the alien influence on Earth, and with Joe Green, the protagonist or hero in the story, and his anxiety over all of it, was based on several things. One was my religious upbringing, my studies of other religions, and even discussions about us possibly having a triple helix at one time, and then for many decades people called a lot of our DNA junk DNA, and in the last couple of years they've discovered that what they call for decades junk DNA actually is a functioning part, that each piece of DNA, whether you call it junk or part of the double helix, actually has a real function that's needed by our bodies. So it was a combination of understanding DNA and junk DNA and religion, and how, if a lot of people talk about the next false flag is going to be an alien invasion with their alien religion, and we'll end up with not only a one world order, but we'll end up with a one world religion. So it was trying to explore that hypothesis, if we in fact did have an outside influence that tried to drive us into a one world religion, or if we had a false flag where all of a sudden every major prophet is up in the sky through holographic technology to where Jesus is coming back and Muhammad's coming back, and all these other prophets and religious figures speaking in their own language, basically saying, "Hey, I'm part of this alien race, and I only told you part of the story, and the whole story is their religion."
Well, that's really great, and I'm glad we've gone through all of those questions for the book, and I really do suggest people read it, because I think it's a great story that's been put together, mixed in with what Ed has obviously, known from his own work, and I think that's the way that that's woven into the story makes it a very interesting read. And I certainly, got a lot out of it by going through it, and I think anyone that's interested in these kind of topics will get a lot out of it. So that's I'm really glad to get some of those answers, and it's added a lot to my own, sort of understanding of what you'd written and so on, and the sort of motivation behind some of it as well. So, Ed, we were talking earlier about the flying triangle and, some of the technology. So did you ever sort of hear anything about that technology elsewhere, the gravity warping technology, or however you might describe it? Did you ever hear about any other stories about that?
It was quite interesting because it came in pieces, and we've talked about the 5 close friends I had for 20, 30 years that referred me to other friends. And we were told that the TR3B might have stood for tactical reconnaissance, which never made sense because tactical reconnaissance just doesn't seem to be a role for that type of vehicle. And then other people said it was Teledyne Ryan. The TR and TR3B was Teledyne Ryan, which I think is part of Northrop Boeing. But I was introduced to a gentleman that was, his name was Larry, and he was he was going on 70 when I was about in the early 90s when I started doing the research and interviewing people. And he told me about when he was a kid, physicist right out of MIT, and he had worked up at, I believe it was Gravity Rand there at near Carswell Air Force Base. And he told me this story that when he first went to work for Gravity Rand, that they were getting technology in there and trying to understand how it worked. And he said he was led to believe that it was foreign technology. So he thought, well, okay, it's the Russians or Japanese or Germans or some of these top secret scientific developments. And they were literally basically back engineering, which most people call reverse engineering nowadays. And it came to the point to where the advances in technology, science and electronics, physics that they were finding out made no sense to him, that it had to be far better than anybody he could conceive of on Earth actually building some of these pieces of equipment or technology. So he worked for this older scientist that was in charge of him, and he reported to, and finally he got so frustrated he blew up to the scientist. He says, this is all bullshit. He says, the Japanese can't be making this, or the Russians, or the Chinese. He says, this, I don't even know how this could be made on Earth. And the old scientist, he told him, he said, you just answered your own question. And after that, the old scientists apparently had been involved with this from about 49 or 50, which puts you kind of in the timeline of Colonel Corso and Eisenhower's staff talking about revealing bits and pieces of recovered UFO material and seeding it out to universities and industry to try to develop it or understand it. So it fit perfectly with the story. He said at one point they had developed this torus, and he also said it had something to do with Mercury. Now, I had a lot of physicists tell me long stories, and I'm not a physicist. The only physics I understand is basically the type you would use with electronics engineering. So when they talk about different propulsion system or exotic materials or what we now call metamaterials, I didn't have a clue what they were talking about. I just picked up different terms, and that was basically it. But he said they built this torus, and they figured this thing would reverse gravity. So they had this massive torus that was about, I think, 10 feet tall and probably about 50 feet across. It looks like basically a huge inner tube or donut, and it's filled with some type of gases or ions. And they had this thing chained down with these huge chains to the concrete because they didn't know if this thing was going to explode or go through the floor or go through the ceiling of this warehouse. And they turned it on with all this massive voltage and amperage, and it didn't do anything. And spent huge amounts of money. And then somebody had the, I guess just common sense, went up and you could see the chains were taut. And then they measured the actual weight. They turned it off, they retested it, and they measured the weight of the torus with it turned on and found out that they had reduced gravity about 89-90%. So then I asked him, I said, well, how would you go from a torus, which sounds like maybe a UFO propulsion device, to a triangle? And he says, well, if you can reduce weight but you don't have 100% lift or 100% anti-gravity, he says you put the torus in a massive vehicle that's triangular shape, and you use advanced propulsion systems on each corner of the triangle to give you the lift and steer it, but you're only lifting 10 or 11% of the mass and the weight. So it made perfect sense to me why they actually had to develop some type of gravity warping, or anti-gravity is actually a popular term, but it's not a real term scientists would use. But they had to develop some type of gravity lift or gravity warping. Otherwise, why would they put it in a fixed cough drop, triangular shape, massive vehicle that has no aerodynamic qualities at all?
Yeah, that's it. And I think that time frame that you mentioned as well, I mean, I don't think we've spoken about this, but the Project Winterhaven, which was the Thomas Townsend Brown proposal, I think, which was mid-50s, I think, it's alleged that around about 1956, a lot of the anti-gravity research went black, and in the white world it was just all regarded as nonsense from that point forward. And that's that time frame, I think, at least to me at least, ties in with the sort of timescales you were just talking about.
You're absolutely right. What was amazing to me is with the advent of the internet, Google, I started researching basically gravity research back after World War II, and obviously after Roswell. And there was massive investments, numerous companies getting funded by the Department of Defense to work on gravity engineering or gravity nullification or gravity as a propulsive tool. And there were front page headlines every major city about gravity breakthroughs or anti-gravity vehicles in the near future. I mean, it was just, it was way out in the open. And, you know, major companies were saying, well, we're near breakthroughs, or we just made some breakthroughs that are paying off. And then all of a sudden, like you said, about mid-50s, Convair, Gravity ran, all these corporations, and they just went totally silent on the issue.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, I think it's just symptomatic of what was going on. You know, people pulling the strings behind the scenes, so to speak, to allow them to do their own research in secret. That's what it seemed like to me, and I think everything ties up with that.
If they had a breakthrough in the mid-50s, that's almost 60 years ago. It's about 58, 59 years ago. I mean, it's just incredible. And then you've got the Bell that used a mercury, either plasma or fluid that the Germans were developing. It's one of the most top secret research right before the end of World War II. And then you had all the paperclip scientists and officers that came over to the U.S., and obviously, I mean, it would seem to me like they continued doing the research, and between having one or two down and recovered alien saucers or whatever they were, and then you've got all these German scientists that had getting ready to make breakthroughs in gravity. It's very possible that 90% of the UFOs we've seen since then might have been made on Earth.
Quite so. One thing I was going to add to the discussion there was I did have some communication with Nick Cook, the Jane's Defence journalist. I don't know if you ever had any contact with Nick Cook. I'm sure you've heard of him.
Oh, way back in the day.
Yeah. He wrote that book, The Hunt for Zero Point, which I think was published in year 2000, I think. So it's, again, getting on for 13, 14 years old now. And basically... he said the same, but when I last heard from him, or when I last heard of him on the internet, he seemed to be going back on his original research, and he was claiming that the site that he'd been shown in, which used to be in Poland, or was in Germany for a while, the one that's where they had the underground facilities in Germany, which was alleged to be where they were working on the Bell. Nick Cook went back on that research, and he said he didn't think that thing was for testing an anti-gravity propulsion system. After all, that the fly trap, they called it, that circular structure that had the pillars. You're probably familiar with that story. He's now gone back on that, and the last I heard, he was kind of it's almost like he'd been warned off, and he doesn't seem to have said much in the last 6 years, 7 years or so. So I don't know if he's felt that it's become a bit too much of a hot area for him to out now.
He can take it all back, but it's irrefutable that the Germans did have what they called the Bell, and they were trying to develop exotic propulsion, and it did use some form of mercury, whether, like I said, it was a fluid or a plasma, and the fly trap, it would have been a perfect setup for testing the vehicle above ground. So, I mean, people can take stuff back if it's no longer in favor to them personally, or if they've got some agenda. But the fact remains is there's a lot of scientists that believe it's what it's purported to be.
And any thoughts for the future then? Do you have any particular thoughts about, do you think that things are the same now as they were, 10 years ago? Do you think more people are receptive to the sorts of things that you've been saying, or less receptive, or, what are your thoughts on that sort of thing?
Well, I talk about things like quasi crystals and metamaterials and, certain fields of science that were unpopular, or people like Daniel Sheckman lost his job. He was a very respected physicist, and he lost his job pursuing quasi crystals, and he was very unpopular for a number of years. And specifically, when I was talking about quasi crystals in the early 90s and came out and talked about them in 98, he was still very unpopular, and he was pretty much laughed at. So if some people have said, well, I just looked it up in literature, well, why would I pick a hypothesis that was extremely unpopular amongst fellow scientists, his peers, to promote? And then 2 years ago, he got the Nobel Prize in chemistry for quasi crystals. So either I was psychic or I knew what I was talking about.
So I think, the main thing that this is all about is disclosure of information that you become aware of in your, long career and all the things you've been exposed to. And for my part of it, as I've said on various interviews that I've done on various places, I discovered the Disclosure Project in 2003, and that was 2 years after it had happened. And this to me was a big event. It was an important event, and I'd never heard about it. I thought it was so important it should have been on our television news. We never saw it in this country. I know it got a bit of exposure in the US. So Stephen Greer, he did this Disclosure Project, and he interviewed all these military witnesses. So the obvious question then that arises that, you were working in the military, you were in the Air Force and so on. How come you weren't a disclosure witness as part of the Disclosure Project? Which I've got my own.
That's an interesting story. I met Peter Gerstrin, Greer, Stephen Greer, and Stephen Bassett in Laughlin. And this was long before they had put the Disclosure together. And they told me their ideas about the Disclosure Project and this and that. And we had spent quite a bit of time together. And I basically went in quite a bit detail about different programs and my feelings about the secret government and the National Security Agency and the Flying Triangle, which they were taking notes furiously. And I think it kind of developed them a sense of the bigger picture, what they were going for in the Disclosure Project. And years later, Stephen Greer told me, he said, you opened a lot of doors for us, because had you not come out and disclosed with your impeccable credentials, most of the people that volunteered to disclose knew who you were. And the fact that, you were harassed, but you didn't end up in jail or dead. But at some point towards the end that we spent together, they asked me to be on the Disclosure Project. In fact, they wanted to make me a key figure. And I said, my health and my wife's health's not good enough to where we're going to be traveling much in the future. I said, I just want to get the truth out there, and then I don't want to be part of a ufology or ufology circus, and I don't want to, spend the rest of my life promoting books and telling the same story over and over again like some of them do. And Peter Gerstrin basically alluded kind of a veiled threat that he could subpoena me. And I said, well, good luck on that, because I live in the state of Texas. None of your people live in the state of Texas. I said, so if you file a subpoena for me out of the state and it's not a civil lawsuit or a criminal lawsuit, I said, there's absolutely no standing in Texas courts to where you could compel me to talk to you. And I said, besides, I've stuck my neck out enough and put myself and my family at risk enough to where it's time for you guys to go out and beat the bushes and find more people that are willing to talk. And because I'm done.
That's interesting, yeah, that he would actually try and threaten you to partake in further, things that they wanted to do.
Well, I will have to say this. I have the highest respect and regard for Stephen Bassett. Stephen Greer, pretty much the same. I don't understand why Stephen Greer has branched off into some of the things he's branched off in that are esoteric, but only he knows that. But I totally was supportive of the idea and the development of the Disclosure project, and I helped them as much as I could as far as names or places to look or FOIAs to file and information they'd never even heard of. So I did my part. I just wasn't willing to do it full time.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll just mention that I've changed my view of Stephen Greer quite a lot in the last few years, mainly to do with the energy disclosures, which I've written about on my website, so people can perhaps check that out if they wish to do that. We've already talked about the 1998 presentation in the video. We've mentioned that quite a few times, and again, I recommend people get to watch that. And I'll try and repost it as well with Ed's permission, so that there's a copy out there somewhere for you to watch. And some of your physical appearance is quite different, and people, I think you were just saying there a few minutes ago that people have commented that you had a beard then, you haven't got one now, and it's, a couple of years ago you had a beard again, and your appearance seemed to have changed, and so I just wondered what sort of things you've been saying to people about that.
When I retired in the military, I had undiagnosed, out of control diabetes, to the point to where I think it was 1989. I ended up in the hospital in the emergency room. I thought I'd had the flu, so I was drinking lots of orange juice and juices, which has lots of sugar in it, and my blood sugar level was like 900. They'd never seen anybody alive that walked in the hospital on their own with that high of blood sugar. So my weight had gained over like a 10-year period. I put on like a pound or two a month, and I ended up like 160 pounds heavier than I had been, for example, in high school and college football and most of my military career. So eventually, over the years, I've gone from, say, 385 pounds down to about 235 now. And so when you see the old videos of me, that was me being very heavy because of the out-of-control diabetes. And then at some point they came up with a formulary insulin that I wasn't allergic to. And I didn't really change my diet that much. I was just more meticulous about not eating carbs or sugars. And then over a period of time, I lost the weight, and I went from a full beard and a lot more hair to a goatee for a number of years, and now I've got less hair on top and less hair on my face. So I've had people saying that, well, I can't be the same guy, this guy's huge, you got a full beard, and this guy's so much skinnier, and I've had people post many places. Actually, you can search Edgar Fouché or Ed Fouché dead, and there's a lot of people saying that I was killed by the government or I died in a car accident. So it's quite interesting to see the comments that may have seen me on TV back in the 90s versus currently.
Well, of course, I've had similar things in a small way, because I've been accused of being a woman. I've been accused of being Judy Wood, so so we're kind of in the similar boat there.
Well, I don't see any resemblance to any kind of woman. You have a very masculine voice.
Well, indeed. I would feel very sorry for a woman that resembled me. Very sorry indeed. But I wanted to know, just look at, perhaps going into a more sort of philosophical territory now. First question then is, do you regret coming forward with your disclosures, and what your thoughts were on what you've been through? Just overall thoughts.
If I had everything to do over again, I would not have disclosed. I probably would have written a book because that's what my friends wanted. They wanted to get the information out there. I would have come out with Alien Rapture or a version of it, like the long version I originally wrote to get the information out there. But as far as public speaking, disclosing, being a whistleblower, I would not have put my family. I'm pretty thick-skinned, and I don't get paranoid. So if I'd been single, I might have to some extent. But if I had it all to do over again and was still married to Rebecca when I did it, I would not have put her or any of my other family at risk, or it's not worth it. And I see why a lot of people, on one hand, are compelled to disclose and talk about these suppressed secrets, but I can also understand people that have pensions and government pensions or military pensions and health care, why they're very afraid to come out and disclose.
Yes. Overall sort of thoughts then for the future, and just, general reflection on all of this.
Well, I'm willing to talk to anybody that doesn't have a hidden agenda, that wants to talk about what I did or what I know or even my opinions. I have deliberately stayed away from talking about UFOs and aliens because I've never seen an alien, never had a friend that's seen an alien, or I've had lots of friends that have seen UFOs, or a few that's even seen triangles, but I steered clear from a lot of topics that I know very little about, because I don't want to be one of these people that's an expert on everything to do with ufology.
So Ed, one of the questions I'd had earlier, which was sort of answered for me when I received the updated manuscript that you'd kind of let me see, and this was the issue that I think you'd used a nom de plume, like a pseudonym, kind of, not exactly, and you'd called yourself Edgar Rothschild Fouché, and I understand this has since caused a bit of grief. So if you could explain about that.
Yes. Well, apparently we have a Rothschild in the woodshed in our family tree, and it was on my grandmother's side of the family, and they were basically poor farmers in Illinois. And Brad thought, when I mentioned that, he thought that that'd be a good pen name and or nom de plume, and that probably attract attention. And boy, did it attract attention, and it was all negative. It was all negative. So I've never known a Rothschild. The only one I ever heard about was on my grandmother's side way back there were farmers, and my real name is Edgar Albert Fouché. Obviously not Rothschild. I've regretted that from the moment it was suggested. So I don't think it sold any extra books, but it probably caused a few people to burn them.
Well, exactly, judging by what I've heard as well. It's so it's just one of those things, I suppose. It's everything's clear in hindsight, as is said.
Yes, absolutely. It was a huge mistake on my part.
So I'd like to thank you for your time in going through all this stuff with me, all the information, and really it's just to say thank you again, and encourage people to check out everything that we've been talking about using the links we're going to post. Yes, I really have enjoyed your interviewing me and working with you. You're very kind and professional, and so I thank you also. And I'm looking forward to the result. Great.